They got people forgetting the social unit. That part. Every laugh ain't harmless. Every post ain't just jokes. Some people smiling online, crying in real life. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Why you tearing people down for fun? Why? You don't know what they carry when the camera done. Broken souls throw stones, then hide their hands. Cowards in comment sections playing God again. Karma don't miss, karma don't miss. And healing's still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble you. Yeah. YouTube streets messy, everybody got a target. Creators throwing dirt like hate became a market. Mocking people daily, that spirit look haunted. Tell me who raised y'all, this behavior garbage. Laughing at depression, exposing folks' trauma. Then that shock when tragedy follow behind you. The evil energy, boomerang proper. Come on, pull up silent like a midnight robber. And honestly, do you watch my live? I talk truth, pain, growth, tears, real vibes. Not everybody built for the games online. Some folks want insult from losing their mind. That's facts, no cap. Y'all did the humiliation. Every live stream feel like public execution. Views over souls, cloud over humans. Then wonder why the whole world mentally ruined. Somebody mama crying at night. Somebody daughter hurt inside. Somebody praying not to give up while bullets screenshot pain for life. Shame on you, shame. You need healing too. Only damaged people wake up daily, trying to damage others too. Enough is enough. Why you tearing people down for fun? Tearing them down. You don't know what they fighting when the live stream done. Baby, no. Keyboard killers acting tough online. Whole time spiritually broken inside. Karma don't miss, no. Karma don't skip souls either. Every hateful seed gon' meet the reaper. So to the hurt and bully people, listen close. You matter more than these demons online. These chicks bitter, these dudes weird. Obsessed every day, like why you still here? Refreshing my page while pretending you don't care. Whole personality built off hate and fear. Talk slick online, real life timid. Broken inside, everybody can't feel it. Projecting their wounds while the comments all cheering. That ain't straight, baby, that sickness concealed. And I said what I said. Yeah, some of these creators need therapy bad. Not another live stream drag. Not another fake outrage cash grabs. Yeah. Y'all bully for a living. That's sad. Spirit look bankrupt, dusty and mad. And the people encouraging it just is trash. Laugh now. Karma got a long memory pad. Lord, cover the wounded, cover the lonely heart, cover the lonely heart, cover the people crying silently in dark rooms. Teach us compassion again. Teach this world mercy again. Because words cut deep, so deep. And some people never recover. To everybody bullied online, you are not weak because you hurt. You are not crazy because you feel pain. And don't let these empty souls convince you your life got no value. The loudest bullies usually fighting demons they never healed from. That ain't an excuse, but it's the truth. And to the bullies, get help, seriously. This obsession will tear his strangers apart every day. That ain't normal. Enough is enough. We need love more than ever now. More than ever. Too many souls out here barely hanging on somehow. No more glorifying painful views. No more clowning her forever new. No more mob attacks for entertainment. That darkness got consequences too. Karma don't miss, karma don't miss. And healing's still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble you. Enough is enough. Spread love before it's too late. Yeah, before it's too late.
Hey y'all, what's up? What's up? What's up? It's your girl Golden. I am back with another live, y'all. Y'all know per usual, we got some more politics and some things to cover today. So we're gonna go ahead and get into that. It's a little bit later than typical. So it's about 5:45 p.m. here Eastern Time in the United States and the Carolinas. The weather outside is pretty nice. It's still warm. It's not as sunny as it was yesterday, but it's warm. It feels good out there. I was out there for a little bit with my son, but yeah, we had some business to handle today, child. Appointments, appointments, appointments. Um, but yeah, I'm back and I got a few topics that I want to talk about, as y'all can see. But I also have my favorite co-host here with me, Imani. So I'm gonna go ahead and let her come on up. And how you doing, girl? How's your day or your evening? How's the weather there for you? And what is going on over on your side of the world?
Yeah, I'm good. It's been really hot. It's really hot today. It's been really hot. But I've been working, doing some stuff behind the scenes, sorting some stuff out. But apart from that, have had a very productive day today. So I'm feeling happy, feeling blessed. And I'm hoping that everybody's having a great weekend. It's late for me, but I'm okay today because I got a busy weekend doing other stuff. So I thought we'd better come and do our final political live of the week. And we're going to do some fun things tomorrow in between me doing some family stuff as well.
Yes, exactly. So happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday. We made it through another week, y'all. If we are still here, we are blessed. And that is what is important. Sometimes we got roller coasters, ups and downs, and things that we're going through, but we make it and we come out on the other side. You have any topics you want to talk about or discuss for housekeeping today before we get into the meat and potatoes of what this live is going to be about?
No. I don't have anything today because I've been quite busy. Normally I'd get something together, something a little quote. I just want to tell everybody, listen, have a blessed weekend. Have a happy Friday, and please check on your friends, your neighbors. You don't know what people are going through. Make sure that person you haven't heard from for a while is okay. Make sure that person that you have heard from who may be going through something in some turbulent times, check up on them, be a friend, be a shoulder for them to lean on. We got to really look after one another in these times. Also, actually, I forgot to say, just to let people know, I've been doing the rounds, and like I said, there's probably the same group of content creators. I've been watching their stuff. I think people need to look at people who are in the mid tier, these content creators that don't always get the recognition that they need. I mean, there are people that do get the recognition and are known. So we definitely support people like Kimmy Love, I'm One with Teddy, Good Utopia, who else? We the People, Cultivate with Kai. My God, my list. Dropping the Tea. Where am I? Where is my list? Dropping the Tea. Who else is there on that list? You gotta help me,
I
girl.
Yeah, I'm helping you. There's so
You don't know
many.
the list. Oh, hold on a second. I found it. Maggie. How could I forget
Uh,
Maggie? Ralph the Wise. Go along, support these guys, subscribe to their channels, buy a membership if you can afford it. Cups of Conversation, Mel's World, Judge Shady Court. I have also been watching some of 82's political updates because he does some political stuff over there. And as you know, we follow the politics. So I watch a lot of the political stuff. So what? Let me go through that again. So dropping the team, Maggie, Ralph the Wise, Gooditopia, Cultivate with Kai, Real Talk with Kimmy Love. She's got 3 channels, so you should subscribe to all of them because she goes live on different ones. I'm One with Teddy, Cups of Conversation, We the People, Mel's World. Did I say Cultivate with Kai? I did.
Yeah,
Judge Shady
yeah,
4. I like a
yeah.
bit of Judge Shady. I love it
Mm.
because when she wants to give a message, she really does keep it real. And 82 has some political updates there. And I'll probably be looking at a few more people during the week. You don't have to take it from me, but people should just go over there. You can listen in the bushes if you don't really want to listen on the replays, and subscribe if you can. Join their channel, support these content creators. I mean, support the content creators that you like, and make sure because they need our support and we need to unite and be together. But these are some of the people I've been watching, and they may be someone's cup of tea and they may not be, but yeah, let's get out there and support some of these people who've got some good content out there that they're making. Okay, that's really it for me.
I really agree. I second that notion, and that's one of the things. It's just like, I've always kind of felt that way, and I'll continue to feel that way, that we need to uplift and support one another, And there can be times sometimes where it's like maybe we bump heads, or maybe a certain thing where it's like, oh, I don't, what I'm saying? Like, I don't really see eye to eye with you on that. But the overall mindset is, that happens in life. You're not going to always agree on everything, even with someone that you love the most, right? Like it could be a child, it could be a parent, it could be a spouse or your significant other. You're not always going to agree on everything. You're not always going to see eye to eye, but it doesn't mean overall that you can't still support these people or support individuals, despite those things. That's just life. That's just how life goes and how it works. And you don't have to hate the person. You don't have to want to tear the person down or see any bad harm come in their way, right? Because of that. And so I absolutely agree. We've been watching, we do watch. I love YouTube. YouTube is entertainment for me. I like to watch a lot of things on YouTube, all different types of sectors, genres, and stuff like that. And the individuals that I've come into encounter with, uh, to be quite honest, like I really have no bad blood with any of them. Every now and then, yeah, we may not agree on some things and we may bump heads, but I don't hate anyone. You know what I mean? So it's just like, yeah, let's just support and lift each other up. There's enough room to go around for everybody. We all are unique and have our own different style and approach as to how we do our content and come to the platform. And I think that's a beautiful thing to move with. Go ahead, Imani.
Sorry. I've got the windows wide open because it's so hot here.
I
Also,
know
I
it's so hot.
Yeah, I forgot. There's someone else also I've been watching of late. It's Conscious TV. Yeah, and also some of these content creators are making their own music. By the way, that was a fantastic song you opened with. Dropping the T has music. Ralph the Wise has music. He has a whole channel called the Atlas Family Music Productions, I think. And also Good Utopia has some fantastic music, and she uses some great samples. I love Goody's music. So yeah, support these please go out there, support these people with what they're doing. Some of them are doing some really, really fantastic work out there. Um, I think that was what it is. I forgot to say that some of these guys have music. So go out there, listen to their music. We got to lift up, people in the community that we are active in. So yeah, that was the other thing. And also Golden Queen music, of course. Sorry, forgot you, Golden. But I think that just but yeah. So please go out there, support these guys. They're doing some good work. They're in their own particular unique way, you know. You got some OGs like Kimmy, and you have some new, well, not necessarily new blood, but I think they're new up and coming and not really getting the flowers that they need or should have. Maggie, she's not everybody's cup of tea, but she's doing some great investigative work over there. I'm wondering why a lot of people are steering clear from certain investigations. So yeah, I got a little side eye on a few people because they don't seem as interested as they are in sticking their nose in other people's personal business when there's some people's crimes right out there on Front Street. But hey, we'll talk about that another day. But yeah, go out there, support these guys. I'm going to say them again. Drop in the Tea Maggie, Ralph the Wise, Gooditopia, Cultivate with Kai, Kimmy Love, Unwind with Teddy, Cups of Conversation, We the People, Mel's World, Judge Shady Court, 82. He has some great political stuff over there. Please, please, please. This is just my stuff that I've been looking at of late. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but you go to different places for different things. And that's it for me on housekeeping.
Yeah, I agree. I really agree. Yeah, it's so many great people, so many great content creators out there that are doing some really great work, great personalities, very entertaining, and that's really what it's about. It's about us all just supporting each other, lifting each other up. We all different, we get it. We do it our own way, but we all bring something to the table, and there's more than enough space at the table. We created the table, and we are going to sit at it, and we deserve to. You know what I'm saying? I also want to just go ahead and give, just a little shout out or whatnot, because I love art. I love artistic expression that is done, I think, in a really great way. And I watched, some videos and whatnot over the past few days that I seen, and like I said, I'm not gonna get too deep into it as far as like, you know, people may feel how they feel. I'm just gonna speak on like production, artistic expression, and creativity. But I
Trevor
really,
Green.
yes, I really do
Oh my
enjoy
God.
Trevor Green's content. I really do. I enjoy. He did like the award show, like part 1, and then the award show part 2, and I just thought it was dope because the way that I watched him like really execute that content, it just shows me that like he really pays close attention to detail because he got a lot of people, down to a science. Some of the people that he may have had, included in some of the award show, I may not necessarily know or be familiar with their content, but apparently he is. But just the execution and the artistic expression of how he is using AI tools and things and stuff of that nature to create something as epic as he has, I think that is dope. The tools is out there for all of us to use, dabble with, play with, and just imagine like he made a whole award show for like the YouTube as if it was like, like the Hollywood or the music choice awards, or the Emmys or the Grammys or something like that. To make something like that with AI tools and the level of, he has made it, I just think that's something that should be recognized. Now, I'm not speaking on all of whoever may be like, oh, whatever. I'm not talking about that. I am talking about the execution and the expression of the skill set. Like, he really has mastered how to use some of these AI tools and bring things to life, right? And make them very realistic. So that's just one of the things I wanted to add. But I'm done with the housekeeping after that. You got anything else to say, Monty?
No, no, let's just get on and do the content.
Yeah, bruh. So let's go ahead and get into it, y'all. So it is Friday. Like I said, happy Friday, everybody. I'm glad we have made it another week. Okay. So I need y'all pull up y'all chairs and lock into it because we got a few things that we're going to get into. All right. So as y'all see in my title, yes, we are going to be diving into some of Tupac's words. And I'm talking about back in 1992. The prophecy comes true in 2026. Okay. So decades later, Tupac, his words, they don't just reign true. Okay. Tupac is he was so before his time. They are pouring in. So basically, we're going to be talking about how legendary artist and activist Tupac Shakur's prophetic 1992 interview exposing Donald Trump and billionaire greed and the systemic wealth gap in America. And we cannot, I'm sorry, and we connect his vision directly to the economic reality we are dealing with right now in 2026. We want to say rest in peace to a real visionary who always spoke with absolute truth, royalty, and integrity. We have a packed, high energy lineup for this evening, breaking down the massive headlines, political shakeups, and the media meltdowns shaking the nation right now. So, one of the first things we'll be talking about is Tupac, like I just said. But we're also going to get into JD Vance abandoned, inside the shocking reports of billionaires fleeing the country as Vance faces a massive campaign speech hurdle. Also, PAM Bondi explodes. Former AG refuses the oath and blows up her House Oversight deposition over the Epstein files. Trump shocks, but we're not shocked. $1.8 billion loss. A federal judge officially halts the administration's controversial taxpayer funded settlement pot. Remember, y'all, taxpayers, that's us. Each and every one of us, our money and what Trump is doing with it here in the US. And we'll get into 48 hours in Iran, unpacking the dramatic international standoff, the search for a missing service member, and the $300 billion negotiation stakes. We're also going to get into the Texas primary shockwave, the massive generational shift in Houston as freshman representative Christian Menefee defeats veteran representative Al Green for a redraw of the House seat. Also, we'll move on over to how Roland Martin is torching Fox News. Roland completely dismantles Jesse Waters over a unfortunate racist have more babies rant. And then in our last and final report, we will get into some hot takes from none other than Reese Waters. And you'll be breaking down systemic racism in comedy and the cultural fallout of the Kevin Hart roast. Sitting down and having an excellent conversation with another one of our favorites, Don Lemon. So y'all, please come on in, come on in, come on in. Hit that like button, subscribe, and drop your thoughts in the chat or in the comment section afterwards. Let's talk about the truth, accountability, and real community and unity. But to kick things off, y'all, we're going to be honoring Tupac Shakur and the 1992 prophecy versus the 2026 reality. Paying homage to Tupac's brilliant mind, exposing the nature of corporate greed, and connecting his 1992 words directly to our modern economic climate. Let's begin by honoring Tupac, not just as a musical legend, but as an intellectual giant who spoke with a royal sense and integrity of raw honesty. In the 1992 MTV interview, which y'all gonna hear in just a moment, Tupac explicitly named Donald Trump when describing American greed. If you want to be successful, if you want to be like Trump, gimme, 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 push, 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 step, 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 crush, crush, crush. Tupac's fundamental question: how can billionaires comfortably sleep when millions are starving? He noted the profound injustice of having a 52-room mansion when people have no rooms at all and may just be sleeping out on the streets and slabs. Now, if we think about what Tupac said back in 1992, we're in 2026. So what's the correlation? Connect his words directly to the exploding wealth gap of today. While everyday working families struggle with basic living costs, corporate profits, and billionaire wealth have hit record-breaking heights in 2026. Was Tupac not just reading the future? It seems like that to me. So I don't know, y'all. Let's listen to what Tupac had to say, and then we will make our commentary in between, and then get into a few more topics for this evening. So let me go ahead and get this audio up for you guys. We'll listen to it together, and we'll be meeting you in the chat.
this world is such a and when I say this world, I mean it. I don't mean in an ideal sense. I mean in every day, every little thing you do. It's such a gimme, gimme, gimme. Everybody back off. You know, everybody's like, you taught that from school, everywhere. Big business. If you want to be successful, you want to be like Trump, gimme, 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 push, 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 step, 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 crush, crush, crush. That's how it all is. And it's like, nobody ever stopped. Just, you know, I feel like instead of us just being like, slavery's bad, slavery's down, bad whitey, bad whitey. I mean, all right, let's stop that. And everybody's smart enough to know that, I mean, we've been slighted and we want ours. And I don't mean by like ours, 40 acres and a mule, because we're past that. But we need help. I mean, for us to be on our own 2 feet, us meaning youth or us meaning black people, whatever you want to take it for us to be on our own 2 feet, we do need help because we have been here. We have been a good friend. If you want to make it a relationship type thing, we have been there and now we deserve our payback. It's like you got a friend that you don't never look out for. You know, you dressed up in jewels. Now America's got jewels and they paid and everything and they lending money to everybody except us. And it's like, you know, everybody need a little help on their way to being, you know, self-reliant. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing about the album, about the Special Olympics. Everybody need a little something and they to be independent. No independent person just grew up and was born independent. You worked and you learned teamwork and you learned cooperation and unity and struggle, and then you became independent. And we have to teach that and instill that. And why is it that they want to do that? I mean, if this is truly a melting pot in the country where we care about and Lady Liberty got a hand like this, she really loves us, then we really need to be like that. And it needs to be the black kids. If there's a white person who got money, then you need to help him. He need to help black kids, Mexican kids, Korean kids, whatever. But it needs to be real. And it need to be before we all die. And then you say, oh, I made a mistake. We should have gave them some money. We really should have helped these folks. It's going to be too late. You know what I'm saying? And then that's when you got to pay your own karma. And that's when God make you punish, when God punishes you. Because I feel like, you know, it's too much money here. I mean, nobody should be hitting lotto for 36 million and we got people starving in the streets. That is not idealistic. That's just real. That is just stupid. There's no way Michael Jackson should have, or whoever Jackson, should have $1,000,000 billion and then there's people starving. There's no way. There's no way that these people should own planes and their people don't have houses, apartments, shacks, drawers, pants.
So people would say, well, they earned it. Now you go out and you're earned it.
If they earned it, then I think that's good. And I think that they deserve it. But even if you earned it, you still owe. Because look at me, I don't have that mega money, but I feel guilty walking by somebody. I got to give them some mail. And if I know I got $3,000 in my pocket, I feel like it's wrong to give that person a quarter or $1. It's wrong. Only you know what you got in your pocket. And that's wrong. No matter what they do, if they take it and drink it, they take it and drink it. But I mean, you understand? And we all know how hard it is. And it's not about if you good or you bad. So since it's not about if you good or you bad, we know that because he don't mean he was bad. Or don't mean he's a criminal, or don't mean he's crazy, or a drug addict, or none of that. It just means he don't got. And ain't it bad that you got 30? I mean, can you imagine somebody having $32 million? $32 million. And this person has nothing. And you can sleep. You can still go to the movies about, I mean, and then these are the type of people that get humanitarian awards. Millionaires. How can they be humanitarians? By the fact that they millionaires and there's so many poor people shows how unhumane they are. You know what I'm saying? And that bugs me. Not saying that when I'm never going to be rich and you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying it's a struggle and I think everybody deserves. And I think there's a way to pay these people. I think there is a way. It just takes to be revolutionary. And it takes to do something out of the ordinary. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that if we just said, okay, I got an idea. No more porno buildings, you know what I'm saying? Let's build houses. Or no more polo games. Let's build houses for poor people. You know what I'm saying? Or look, okay, I know you're rich. I know you got $40 billion, but can you just keep it to one house? You only need one house. And if you only got 2 kids, can you just keep it to 2 rooms? I mean, why have 52 rooms and you know there's somebody with no room? It just don't make sense to me. It don't. And then these people celebrate Christmas. They got big trees, huge trees, all the little trimmings. Everybody got gifts, and it's somebody starving. And they're having a white Christmas. They're having a great Christmas, eggnog and the whole nine. That's not fair to me.
Well. That was a mouthful. That was a mouthful, but a wonderful mouthful. And I could not agree more. I remember when I first listened to that interview. Yes, at the time when I heard it, I was a lot younger. So I didn't really fully understand all the way, about all of the things he was talking about. But as far as when it comes to the heart space, yeah, I get it and I understood it. Um, when it comes to Tupac, I really love hearing him talk because he really just breaks things down. Or he used to, rest in peace to him, break things down and speak in a way where it's like you can't do nothing but understand what he's saying and what he's talking about. And we look at that. That is a video of a young black man speaking in, the younger years of his life. I believe he was in his 20s when he did that interview, and he was speaking to a world, to a society, right? That unfortunately he's no longer here to live with us in, but we're living in it. And all of the advice and the things that he said in that interview couldn't be further from true. All of the facts that he stated couldn't be further from true. If we open our eyes and we pay
Sorry,
attention to what's going
sorry.
on,
Hi.
go ahead.
You meant couldn't be more true, not further.
I'm just saying, couldn't be more true. But
Yeah.
yeah, uh, so it's just like listening to that and paying attention with our eyes wide open, as far as what we are seeing and experiencing in current day time, and this is 2026 that we are living in. Um, straight up prophet, really was trying to drop us some gems and some knowledge. What do you think about that, Imani?
Um, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, he's talking about, I mean, listen to that. He was 2021 in 1992, and he's talking about society teaching greed instead of community. He was, he described the world as gimme, gimme, gimme. He said that people are taught to compete, push others aside, and accumulate wealth at all costs. And then he questions whether success should be measured only by money and power. Now, in there, there's so much in this 4.5 minute video, and I would advise anybody to go and look this up and listen to it again if you never heard it. He's talking about historical injustice, but he's focusing on solutions. So he's saying, Black Americans have been harmed by historical inequality. So rather than endlessly debating the past, he believes that they should be given resources and opportunities, and they should be invested in to help people become self sufficient. Because let's face it, nobody wants to rely on the government. And given the one that's currently in power, who would want to rely on them? And
Okay.
he also, uh, and he also says no one succeeds completely alone. And he says that independence comes from teamwork, cooperation, community support, education, opportunities, and he rejects the myth. And I'd like to highlight this point, that successful people made it entirely on their own. Because what did we talk about when we were talking about Elon Musk? He's the biggest welfare queen that's out there, because most of his stuff has been done through government grants. Let's just be clear here. He didn't get a $1 trillion company just by rubbing a genie bottle and saying, I am really brilliant. He had help, and he's had grants. And people don't actually realize that man has had a lot in government grants, and that is why he wanted to go into Doge, and he wanted to look at things because he was going to be investigated during the Biden government. But because Biden had so many things to clear up from the previous administration, 45s, they didn't get round to it. And that was the reason why he tied himself to Donald Trump's apron strings. Sorry, I've just gone off at a tangent. But the other thing that Tupac says, and I just want to really labour this point because it's only 4.5 minutes, but it's really important. He said that wealth carries responsibility. And he said, even if someone earned their fortune, they still owe something back to society. And he believes that extreme wealth existing alongside poverty is extremely wrong. Now, he talks about $32 million. If you do an economic calculation as to what $32 million in 1992 is worth into today's money, it's worth about 75, $80 million. So that is quite a lot of cash. Okay, that's what he was talking about when he says people have got $32 million. Because we talk trillions when we talk about Elon, people think, what's he talking about? 32 million? What's that? Some people do say that. I'm not saying everybody is, and I'm not saying that's my view. And he's also saying that poverty isn't a character flaw. You know, he's challenging the stereotypes they give to poor people. That they're lazy, they're criminals, or they're addicts. You know, sometimes people got less because the opportunities have been unequal. And he's basically
Right.
saying that, sorry, we should have compassion. He questions why society spends huge sums on luxury and entertainment while people haven't got housing, food, and basic necessities. Does that sound familiar? And he talks about resources being directed towards helping vulnerable people, like people with mental health that might rush to the White House and pow people, you know, things like that. And he's also talking about this. The reason why I love this video, sorry, I'm really going on because it really is a very important video. He's
You're
talking
fine.
about,
I want you to. I want you to keep
yeah,
talking because it's
real humanitarianism requires action. Yeah, not talk and thoughts and prayers and all that bullshit we hear all the time. He also criticized wealthy people for receiving praise while large numbers of people remain poor. And it is not an attack on wealthy people who have earned their shit, but some people got big legs up to help them get to where they are, and a lot of them are sitting in that house that was built by slaves. Let's just be clear.
right.
Anyway,
Right.
that is what I got from that video, and there's a heck of a lot, and I would advise people to go and listen to his words in 1992. And that's it, that's out, and I yield my time back to you, Ms. Golden.
I love it. And I love the passion and, like really the intellect that you really have to really fully understand what it is exactly that he was saying. And like when we said, when it comes to the comparison, this is a young black man, living in the city area, seeing things so much, that has this level of intellect himself at such a young age, right? Like really a prophet to be able to really tell you like how things are moving and shaking and operating, even during the time when he was around and saw some things. But what he was saying, the future is going to look like if we don't tie this stuff up, clean this stuff up, sweep this stuff up, and do it a different way. And what we are starting to see and realize is that nobody heeded that warning from him or any other warnings. Like we just kept pushing along and strolling along and chugging along, and how we want to do things. And we still see in 2026, we have the same problems, right? Amongst each other, as far as in our racial communities, amongst each other as human beings, period, despite our race. So it's like we're not treating each other well. We're not seeing this for what it truly is and the importance of it all, right? And that's one of the things that I always used to say myself, even just as a young person that didn't even really fully understand. But I was just like, yo, you got people out here, they got 10 cars in the garage, they got 52 bedrooms in a house, and half of them don't even get utilized, but they get to brag about it and they love it, And even if their money, is what they're able to make based off of whatever it is that they do, and they can obtain these things, you still have to think about the bigger picture. If you got 52 rooms, you got 52 homeless, then maybe you can have a room or a roof over 52 people's heads when it comes to being a humanitarian. And then these are the same people that will live and have these, setups in their life and call themselves humanitarians because they come to events and they do speeches every now and then. But they'll go back to their 52-room mansion and their 10-car garage and know that at the end of the day, they're sleeping really well in a very nice bedroom in a very nice big old mansion at home where other people are sleeping on the streets in the cement. That's not humanitarianism to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if you ask some of these people, they'll say, well, it's not our responsibility. These people need to pick themselves up and they need to do better in their life. Okay, we understand that. Now, you were given an opportunity. You gave, whatever it is that you gave to get that opportunity you got to be able to make the money you make and obtain the things that you have. That's cool. We understand that. But, just like you said, one of the biggest things that bother me is you want the praise and you want the title that, you're this big hearted person. But what are you really doing other than sometimes, and I'm not saying all, but what are you really doing other than just showing up for the cameras, making a speech, and presenting to the world as if you really do care and you're here and you're making a difference? The smallest and the easiest way that you can make a difference, it doesn't have to be behind the camera. It doesn't have to be in, Forbes magazine. It doesn't have to be on an interview somewhere, you know what I'm saying, with Entertainment Tonight. You just do from your heart and you give what you have. And if you have abundance and you see someone who has nothing, why not share that abundance, right? Like what? But a lot of people are like, oh, well, they didn't earn it. They didn't work for it. Why should I just pass it over or give them a handout? And that's one of the biggest things that I think is an issue. A lot of people always think that if they do something kind out of the kindness of their heart for someone that may be down and out and not doing as well as them, they look at it as being a handout to that person, but yet want to claim the humanitarian title. Both of them don't correlate. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't go hand in hand. But anyway, we start off with that, y'all. Sip of water. Hold on. We start off with that, y'all, because we're getting ready to segue into a few more clips and videos that really tie into exactly what Tupac was talking about. And we know because we see it every day within, and especially, yes, here in the U.S. politics, but sometimes globally and worldwide as well, with these leaders and individuals that, are in place and how we move and operate and treat one another. We see all of these things reigning to be true when it comes to a lot of Tupac's works. So let's go ahead and segue into segment 2. So from none other than one of our favorites, iHip News, we're going to go and talk about J.D. Vance abandoned as billionaires flee and collapse at speech. So basically, breaking down the comedic and biting political commentary from the I Had It podcast regarding J.D. Vance's campaign stress. Now, here's what happened. Let's dive into the hilarious and sharp commentary from this podcast. Okay, and this is one of their newer episodes. Tracking the panic in the MAGA campaign camp. Billionaires are fleeing. So they have a take on high-profile tech billionaires like Peter Thiel, if I'm saying that right, reportedly eyeing exits or distancing themselves from the United States political fallout, leaving Vance, which is the vice president, high and dry. Okay. So also, Vance's recent high-stress campaign speeches, where his delivery seemed to completely falter under pressure, contrasting his public exhaustion with what leadership should look like. Now, Vance is going off. He's having a problem, child. He's feeling it for himself. He's getting an inside look and, and treatment, right, that he didn't think he would be getting. But, let me just let iHip talk about it because, they'll break it down a bit more better than I can. So let me get into that. You have any thoughts on that, Imani, while I get the video up?
No, no, no. I was just going to say we'll split this into two. Yeah.
Yeah, this one is kind of long. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's, what's it, 90 minutes? Yeah.
This one is going to be, hold on, y'all. Let me get it set up real quick. And like I said, sometimes this stuff take a while. This one is about 19 minutes. So
Yeah, we'll split it into two
it's split.
parts. So you go halfway, and then we'll have a chat about the content, and then we'll go through the second half. How's about? And we promise we'll be
But
quick tonight because it is Friday.
it is Friday night. Just got paid. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it is Friday night. So we're gonna just go ahead and run through this real quick, y'all. We ain't gonna hold it out too long. But yeah, I think it's really interesting to listen to. So let me go ahead and get this pulled up here. Let's share this on the screen and we will watch together and make our commentary halfway through as we go. So let's get into it. Give me just a second, y'all. All
And
righty,
also,
let's
Golden,
see here.
can you stick the Cash App across the screen at some point? You know, we're not adverse to contributions.
Yeah, I'll put that up there. Yeah, I just call love offerings and stuff. If anyone wants to leave a love offering, or whatever, if you care to do so, if you're able to do so. Thank you so much. That's appreciated, child. We all trying to help each other out to get to the finish line and the goal, So we all got bills and children and all the things. So if you want to leave a love offering, we really appreciate it. For me, Imani, Mama, Warrior, JJ, whoever, you know what I'm saying? What it's going towards is nothing specific other than just, a little extra change in the pocket. That's it. But
To
yeah, I'll
help
put that up
keep,
for you.
to help keep running the platform, because obviously there are bills to running the platform. That's mainly what it's used for. It's not used for
That
anything
is
else.
true. No,
Okay.
no, that's true. Some of this stuff do get expensive, like child, the
Yeah.
stream yard, you gotta pay for the stream yard. You gotta pay for all these different softwares. Like this stuff is not cheap to do, that's for sure. So, but that's just what I see it as. It's just a love offering. If you want to do a little tip or a little love offering, it's much appreciated if you're able to do so. But let's get into this video. I'll drop that and put that up on the screen if anybody wants to. You can, no pressure. And let's keep going real quick. So yeah, this is I've Had It podcast. If y'all have not checked out the I've Had It podcast over there with Jennifer Welch and Angie Sullivan, aka Pumps, y'all should really check out their platform and their channel because they are hilarious. I love these girls. They give me life for real. They say all the things that I want to say. And they so down to earth. But let's go ahead and get into it, y'all, and we'll meet you in the chat. Be right back.
Much to our surprise, the White House has not released the health results from Trump's third checkup. So I don't know if we have like a total face plan on the cognitive exam. I don't know if the ankle swelling has gone up to the thighs. I have seen him in a suit lately, and it does look a little tighter. He always wears those untailored suits that look quite frumpy. And over the course of the last few days, I have noticed a fuller figured man. So I can only assume that the swelling is from the ankles, from the cankles, is all throughout the body. Pop up the headline. White House has yet to release health results from Trump's doctor after latest checkup. This in a normal country, in a normal world with an 80-year-old president is a big deal. The Republicans would make a huge deal over this were it Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama. But in the Republican Party, such standards do not exist.
Jennifer, I just find it offensive that you're questioning the transparency of the most transparent administration. I mean, we know that anything said coming from this administration is true, and Trump never lies. And he says he has a high IQ and his cognitive tests are perfect. So despite all evidence to the contrary and watching him for 5 minutes, I mean, this guy in this administration, it's an embarrassment that they sit and talk about transparency. They still haven't released his tax returns. They're suing the IRS from Trump 1.0 shit. So, of course, we're never going to see this because it's faceplant city.
I will say they are very transparent in the fraud. and
True.
the stealing and the double
Stand
dealing.
corrected.
And they brag about that. And Trump talks about, making people rich by tipping them off about stock exchanges. And so the criming in this regime is very transparent. The health is not. Trump posted that the checkup had gone perfectly after leaving Walter Reed, because that's what I do. When I get a perfect report on something and I am the sorest of sore winners, I definitely don't reveal that to the public. Moving along, a story that we've been following very closely is Donald Trump's rat fucking of JD Vance. And it is as petty and as delicious as you could ever want it. And here is JD Vance, a speech at the Air Force Academy graduation. Play the clip.
Watched a few highlights of graduation speeches where this or that corporate leader will discuss artificial intelligence, AI, and be met with literal boos. Now, you can't boo me. I'm the Vice President of the United States.
Boo. Boo. What? These guys are just, these guys are so weak. You know what? I've come to the conclusion. All of the men surrounding Donald Trump are submissive men that have a humiliation kink.
Yeah.
Because there's no other explanation for it. They are overtly submissive men, and Trump humiliates them every chance they can get. Here is JD Vance going out to humiliate himself yet again for a party of one, which is Donald Trump. And I love all of this for JD Vance. I absolutely love it, because JD Vance is one of the worst human beings that this country has ever produced, outside of the grotesquely ugly Stephen Miller. And JD Vance is the country's biggest prostitute. There's no bigger prostitute in the United States of America than JD Vance.
I completely agree. And here's the deal with JD Vance. I think he tries, have you seen him in podcasts and stuff? He tries to throw his tough guy act and throw out the F-bomb. And he goes up there and he makes these little jokes that like Trump can get away with because people love him for unknown reasons to me. And it bombs every time because he just has no magnetism. He screams through the eyeliner, I am a beta male and I will bend over and take whatever anybody's willing to give me as long as I can be in power. So I love this for JD Vance. I really do.
Yeah. And don't forget the video of JD Vance running at Disneyland. Kylie, if you'll pull that up to play here in just a second. This is a regime, and all of the submissive humiliation kink men that follow this regime, they go on Fox News and on podcasts and drone on and on and on about masculinity. And then time and time again, every time they're talking about masculinity, they look like men that want to have a ball gag in their mouth and, kind of all tied up. This is like an emotional S&M, and these MAGA men are the masochists. And I know that that's not deep, but these men are not deep.
No.
This is a very emotionally stunted group of men. And here is JD Vance. Oh, do you have it, Kylie? So here's JD Vance running through Disneyland. Let's play this. There he goes. So you can see his little run. And so it's just interesting that, and I don't care how men run. It makes no difference to me. But MAGA cares how men run. MAGA cares about all of these things. And here's JD Vance doing a chest bump with an Air Force Academy grad. Let's play the clip.
Audrey Liddy Newcomb.
I just... I just don't know what to do with these people. I mean, it's other than to just humiliate them. In they want to humiliate themselves to please Donald Trump, and they love to to sling mud on liberals every chance they can get. And the minute we call them out, it's stage 5 meltdown, snot slinging. They run to their safe space with overtly masculine Jesse Waters, of all people. And so this chest bump shit with this kind of stuff that they do reminds me of when RFK Jr. and Kid Rock got into a hot tub together in their jeans without their tops on. You know, it's just all this homosocial shit. It's really weird shit.
If you have to try this hard to prove how masculine you are, you probably aren't that masculine. I mean, that's just the reality. I mean, every day they wake up and
All right, y'all. So I just stop it right. Stop it right there, real quick, for just a quick commentary break. Child, I promise you, Jennifer and Pumps be giving me my whole life, because they literally say all of the things that I'll be thinking, and I'm like, yo, you cannot disagree. I mean, you could disagree, but child, the way they be clowning him. What do you think about that, Imani? I was just sitting here rolling, just cracking up. They had me in tears. You
Yeah,
got
I love this podcast because they call it as they see it. You know, I mean, who the F does a chest bump when they're meeting a soldier? I mean, really, what you trying to say? I'm stronger than you? I mean, it's just ridiculous. The big show of fake masculinity is getting beyond ridiculous. And I have said these videos are not necessarily the opinions of this platform, they're the opinions of I've had it. But I gotta be honest, I'm leaning more towards the opinions of I've had it with this. You know, we got to do this big show. I mean, what are they going to do next? Bench press? This is fucked up. It's so fucked up. But anyway, back to the video. There was an important thing at the beginning. There's a really big lack of transparency, and I'm not going to speculate on anything medical, but I believe we need transparency on his health and his fitness to hold office. And they don't seem to be giving any information. And, you know, it's if this were Joe Biden, we would be hearing this from dawn till dusk about
right,
whether he's well enough to
right,
hold the office. You know, they're always they're big on the criticism, but very small on the accountability. And when
right.
Joe Biden was in office, we had this day in, day out, Sleepy Joe. Yeah, okay, Sleepy Joe's not in office now. We got Pawpaw Trump, yeah, deadbeat dad of the nation. So where are his medical records? Please, please, please. Anyway, sorry.
No,
But
no.
that's the big thing. There's no transparency. You know, like I said, I've already said what JD Vance is doing. I mean, next thing he's going to be bench pressing. It's just really ridiculous. And they really are doing this performative displays of masculinity. And why? Why? Because we know that when you had your convention, Grinder blew up. The flipping the flipping app went down when you guys did your political. I'm telling the truth. You guys can look it up. So please stop with the BS. You lot come out, please, all of you. That closet is getting too full, really. Anyway, apart from that, you know, they use this masculinity for their branding, and then I don't know, did they start talking about Peter Thiel yet, or was that it really? Or was it the chest bumping? Because I lost track when I got there. Seriously.
I, I think so far it's just the chest bumping. They about to get into that in the second segment, in the
Yeah, I
second
mean,
half.
this is just ridiculous. Anyway, over to you. As I said, I yield my time. I could go on, but please.
Girl, I'm just sit up here and laugh. That's all I do. But no, I do have some commentary I'm gonna give, but I'm gonna save mine for the end. But let's keep going, y'all. We're gonna play the rest of it. Shout out to Jennifer and Angie, aka Pumps, y'all. They really hold nothing back and they tell it like it is. And come on, anybody who watches this stuff and see it play out, you know they ain't telling no lies at all. Like it's comedy at this point. It's comedy, and it's unfortunate because these are the ones that's supposed to be in the leadership role and really have things in order. But every time you see them, it's something laughable about them. You can't help from just, oh God. Let's get back into it, y'all. We'll be right back.
And they're like, what can I do to be a cool guy? And every day it gets worse and worse because the hole they're digging. But you know, when I saw that video of JD Vance running, it reminded me of a scene from Modern Family when Cam is chasing his daughter. And it's just, this guy is so pathetic. He's just so pathetic.
And then, so you have to remember, listener, that JD Vance was purchased by Peter Thiel. JD Vance fancied himself kind of a different breed of Republican when he first came on the stage. He called Donald Trump America's Hitler. Peter Thiel purchases JD Vance, ships him out to California. He goes through some intensive deprogramming and then indoctrination camp. Looks like he gets queer-eyed because he comes back thinner and a lot more Nazi-like. And Peter Thiel wants to install JD Vance as a CEO for America because Peter Thiel is too big of a pussy to put his name on a ballot and run for public office. The same with Elon Musk, the same with Jeff Bezos. So basically they're pimps, weak pimps that buy up these prostitutes like JD Vance. Well, something really interesting happened yesterday, reporting that Peter Thiel has relocated to Argentina. Pop this up. Leading report is post that Peter Thiel has temporarily relocated his family to Argentina, enrolled his children in schools there, and bought property, partly due to Thiel's concerns about the United States' future, per the New York Times. What's interesting about this move is at the end of World War II, the Nazis and SS soldiers sought refuge in Argentina. So here we have constantly history repeating itself. There's this failed playbook where you have these autocrats and these dictators and these broken men that have humiliation kinks and are very submissive, ball gag type men. And they play this out and they think they can control people because they're so broken and they hate themselves so much. They want to project that onto the population. They plunder the population. Population doesn't like it. Eat the rich ensues. And then they grab their toys, pack up their toys and run away. So Peter Thiel is running away to Argentina, just like the Nazis before him did. He is following in the footsteps of disgraced Nazis.
You know, I thought about a couple different things. Number one, as you have said, Peter Thiel owns JD Vance. So obviously, if he's concerned about the future of the United States, he's not real confident in his bitch, JD Vance, because otherwise, I mean, Peter Thiel owns JD Vance. It stands to reason if he were elected, Peter Thiel would be the shadow president. And then the other thing I thought, just because I'm constantly obsessing about the midterms, is this man knows in the midterms, and this is my personal opinion and what my original thoughts were, that there's going to have to be some major fucking around with these elections. Peter Thiel has all of our data as we American citizens sit and watch him take over everything with AI. So my thought was, is he going to Argentina so he's harder to reach? Should he commit crimes and then need to be arrested? That was just my thought. It could be crazy.
I don't think that's crazy at all. I think that these people, the Peter Thiels, the Elon Musks, have made a deal with the devil. The devil being not even that great of a villain, Donald Trump. I mean, this 80-year-old, dementia-ridden, malignant narcissist, cankles, weird, STDs and gonorrhea on his neck. Lately he's been showing up with like big puffy eyes and all, the stuff on his hands. So they've made this deal with him, and they're very short-sighted thinkers. These people are incapable of playing the tape through. But he's starting to play the tape through right now. And they know the crimes they've committed. They know They know what they've done. And so, of course, he's seeking refuge somewhere, because if there is the blue tsunami and we are able to at least get the majority of the states to conduct free and fair elections, I'm very worried about states like Texas and Georgia, because MAGA has learned that in order to cheat, we need to have more morally corrupt people in these positions. And so I think that just like Elon Musk wanted Trump to win, so then he got the keys to the government with Doge, my opinion, that he then shut down all these investigations into himself. Ashley St. Clair was on our podcast. She confirmed that, this was what Elon Musk was up to. He was very concerned about investigations into himself.
All right, y'all. So we just take another quick pause right there. We're almost finished with the video, but I just want to go ahead and just basically go through what they're talking about, because child, they're roasting and talking about these people the way that I would, quite honestly. But let me just let y'all know exactly what is being talked about and what is going on. Okay, so what is actually happening? Okay, so there's been a relocation. Okay, a massive investigation recently revealed that billionaire technology investor and right-wing political heavyweight Peter Thiel has quietly packed up, child, and temporarily relocated his family to Buenos Aires in Argentina. He bought a luxurious $12 million, 17,000 square foot mansion in the exclusive embassy neighborhood, enrolled his children in a local private school, and has been spotted immersing himself in the local culture, right? So then we have JD Vance. How does he tie into? Well, Peter Thiel is not just any billionaire. He is the foundational kingmaker and mentor behind Vice President JD Vance. Thiel originally hired Vance at his global investing firm in 2017, provided the seed funding to launch Vance's own venture capital firm, and single-handedly bankrolled Vance political rise by pumping in a whopping $15 million into his 2022 Senate race to secure the victory, right? So basically, we looking at JD Vance, and we clearly see he's unqualified. However, you got somebody like Thiel that's busting out $15 million, money talks, unfortunately. And that's how these things sometimes move and operate. It's not based off of your qualifications. It's like, if you pay enough, then you get the position. So let's talk about the wealth tax. So while we got pop culture commentary frames, this as billionaires fully abandoning the country, the immediate hard financial trigger is a massive looming November 3rd, 2026 ballot initiative in California. Backed by healthcare unions, the proposed initiative would impose a heavy one-time 5% retroactive wealth tax on the net worth of any California resident worth over $1 billion to fund healthcare and education programs. Elites like Thiel, alongside Google founders like Larry Page and Sergey Brin, began hunting for immediate out-of-state and out-of-country exit strategies the moment this ballot initiative gained real steam. What does that mean? Okay, we already know that a lot of these Republicans and, a lot of these individuals over here with the big money and big bank accounts, most of the things that is happening right now within our government and our political sector is also the wealthy can keep all of their coin, right? They don't want any of their money being taken. Even when it comes to taxes and Uncle Sam, they try to find ways to run away from Uncle Sam. So what this is doing is, this is saying Uncle Sam is still running down on y'all too. And we need 5%. And they don't want 5% going at all. They don't even want to give up a 5%. Child, I think when you, let me not. But I think when you go to church, they used to ask you, and God used to say you got to tithe, about 10%. Child, they don't, they ain't giving that to him if they ain't about to get 5. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But anyway, so they don't want this 5% taken, right? And so what they doing is they like, yo, we got to get the heck up out of Dodge because they're going to try to take 5% of our money. They got billions, but 5% of those billions, that's too much for them to give up. So they're leaving. They're running, child. They're getting on the midnight train to Georgia in any type of shipping boat or plane that they can find and getting up out of Dodge. Okay? And starting new lives out of the country. Okay? So the alliance with Javier Milei, if I'm saying that right, Thiel has formed a tight ideological bond with Argentina's newly elected, self-described anarcho-capitalist President Javier Milei. Milei, who is actively working to dismantle government regulations and public spending, openly welcomes fleeing tech elites such as Thiel. Milei's administration went on the record stating that taxes are theft driven by envy. My God, help me, Lord. Creating a complete tax haven paradise for ultra wealthy elites looking to dodge state regulations. Child, taxes are theft driven by envy. So why they keep taxing us? Or it's only theft and envy when it comes to but it's only theft and envy when it comes to the millionaires and the billionaires. But the regular, middle class working people, when they tax us, you don't consider that theft or envy. That's how the cookie crumbles, right? Child, you cannot make this stuff up. Imani, do you have any thoughts or feelings on this before we continue the video and play it till the end? This
No,
is crazy.
I've only got a couple of things. You have put it succinctly as usual. Like I said, I'm the bread, she's the sandwich filler. She fills in all the details. And the key thing people need to realize is when you look at some of these billionaires that have had a big influence on the government, think about it. Elon Musk is worth in excess of $250 billion. Yeah. Jeff Bezos is worth at least $220 billion. And Peter Thiel, he's the poorest of them. He's only worth about $15 billion. And then you have,
Not the
yeah,
poor.
he's a poor billionaire.
Doris.
He's a poor billionaire. He's the one. He ain't got that much money. And then you have people like Bill Gates, who is worth about $110 billion. These are the people who are influencing government decisions. But they're obviously looking at the midterms, like Golden just said. And whereas Elon Musk decided to move his company to Texas because they thought Texas, that's good old red country. It's now not looking as easy as they thought it would be because it's looking like the Democrats are making up ground in some of these places that were purely red states like Texas and Georgia. So whereas they could probably uproot and go to another state, now it's not so easy. Now it's not so easy. And like you said, Uncle Sam's going to get his money. And to be honest with you, I don't know about tithes in the US, but I know in some of the UK churches, tithes are about 25% of your income. So give you a clue.
Oh,
Give
that's
you a clue.
I didn't know that. Yeah, most of our churches.
Yeah. When they're passing that plate, you guys owe a lot of money, and you guys have been skating freely influencing government decisions, which is all this government has been, like you said, if taxes are theft, why don't they give the poor a tax-free year then? Yeah, let's make it all clear because let's all make it fair. This is just bullshit. And this is what they do. Whenever they feel that they have to pay, they uproot yourself to Argentina. I mean, seriously, and this is no discredit to Argentina, but who
Right.
the hell does that unless it's strategic? They can see the writing on the wall for these midterms, and that's all I got to say. And let's get on with the video. And I
Okay, let's
yield
get
my
back.
time again.
Let's get back into it, y'all. We're gonna finish this one out. We're right here
Oh,
at the tail.
sorry. There is one other thing that I will say.
Yeah.
There was another thing about Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel allegedly is also, as well as some of these other characters, these wonderful characters, they're also allegedly, and I say allegedly, mentioned
Mm.
in the Epstein files. Yeah.
Oh
So
my
when we
goodness.
get a new, if we get a new Congress and a new Senate, and they have to start doing those real investigations, and we're going to talk about Pam Bondi's testimony today, there could be a whole heap of ish coming down the pipe. So
Mm.
yeah, that the big E word is still their problem.
Mm. Okay, you see, and so not only are they running from Uncle Sam, they're running from some other things as well. And I guess
They're
they
running
believe
from
that.
accountability. They're running from
Right.
accountability, which seems to be a big word that we've been using all week. But yeah,
Yeah. Let's get back into it, child. Let's finish this video out, and then we'll get into our next topic. And of course, y'all, we got to talk about Trump, but we also going to be, talking about a few other things. But Trump is on most of, the platter tonight. But let's keep going, and we'll be right back.
The investigations into Peter Thiel are going to be right up there with those of Elon Musk. So of course, he's saying, okay, I want to set up in a very corrupt country where I can get curry favor with. And let's not forget, American taxpayers gave the Argentina guy, I can't remember how much money it was, several billion dollars. Yeah, $3 billion or something. I don't know about you ladies, but my experience with makeup has always been this torturous thing. You have all of these products, all of these different brushes. It's not streamlined. It's not simple. It's not timely. All of that changes when you switch to Jones Road Beauty. It's simple. Their products are incredible. They closing out here, the DOJ, pop this up, Kylie. Trump's DOJ is seeking the names, addresses, and banking information of Reddit and X users who criticized the administration's deportations policies per Bloomberg. The subpoenas came from the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington, led by Trump ally Jeanine Pirro, and also Fox News narcissist. The users and untreated alcoholic. The users still haven't been told what crimes they supposedly committed, and their lawyers say it looks more like an effort to scare and silence critics investigation. And let's get to the nut cutting here. They want to suppress speech. This is not everything that they claim they like. The Republican Party has been propagandizing and pathologically lying to the American public for decades. We're so great with the economy. We love America. We love the troops. We're for freedom. We love the party of freedom. It's all bullshit. They cannot stand anybody looking at them and telling them the truth. They cannot stomach it because these are emotionally stunted degenerates. I think you can go on Fox News videos and find multiple videos of Jeanine Pirro on Fox all liquored up. Well, normally a president wouldn't hire somebody who shows up drunk to their job on a joke of a channel, Fox News. For Trump, this is an asset. Oh, great. She gets all liquored up at her job. Great. Bring her here. She will be so easy to break. I can break her even further. I can get her to commit crimes. I can get her to subvert the Constitution. The same thing with Kristi Noem. She shot a dog. Perfect. Her husband, Big Titty Brian, wants to be a trans bimbo slut. Perfect. These people are easy to break. So what you have surrounding Trump right now are the worst people imaginable. And the Democrats have got to start messaging about what pathological child rape supporting and or child rapist, anti-family, anti-economy, anti-business, anti-freedom death cult that MAGA is. They have to start messaging it.
They have to start because it's so obvious. Everybody knows it. Talk about it. Everybody knows it. Pete Hegseth, drunk on air, according to Fox colleagues. I mean, you are right. Like, pick the worst of the
On purpose.
worst on purpose. The only silver lining for me is Janine Pirro has fucked up everything she has touched at the DOJ. I mean, it has been a disaster.
Yeah.
So I can't help but think that this will be dismissed by a judge at some point. But sadly, the people that she's trying to get their information, they're going to have to pay for lawyers. They're going to have to incur the legal system. MAGA's going to dox them. They're going to get swatted, all that shit. But it will not go anywhere because Janine Pirro is a terrible lawyer.
And I think at the end of the day, the incompetence of these failed people that he's hired, these submissive people that he's hired that are so obsequious to every need of his, their incompetence is what will really be the nail in the coffin. I think the electorate is going to show out in full forces. I agree with you, Pumps, that the MAGA base is not going to be as motivated to vote with Donald Trump not on the ballot. And I think you're going to get a lot of independents switching parties. And I think the incompetence plus the American people are going to show these people exactly why they suck. And that's why Peter Thiel has packed his toys up and relocated to Argentina. And what I recommend for you, Peter Thiel, is if you want to change governments, put your greasy ass face and name on a ballot and run. Be a big boy. Quit hiding behind prostitutes like couch fucking eyeliner wearing JD Vance. If Peter Thiel is such a badass and you believe in all this shit so much, be a man. Be a real man like MAGA talks about. Don't be a pussy that hides by failed drag queen JD Vance. Be a real man. Put your name on the ballot and run. But where does he run? Off to Argentina to his safe space because he's a snowflake. All right. Great way to support us is to buy my book. You can pre-order it in the link below. It's called Not Today Fascist. And the fascist that I would like to dedicate today's commercial, shameless plug for my book, is Peter Thiel and his submissive dom, JD Vance.
I love how she slid that in at the end so smooth. But y'all, oh my God, they give me so much life when they talk. Because like Jennifer does not hold back at all. She just keeps it all the way 100 about how she feels about these people. The way she talk about JD Vance and Trump, I swear, I just be sitting here cracking up when the mic is muted. But yeah, that should have been a pretty decent breakdown, y'all, for her. You know, us all to see and hear. This is what these people do. What do you got to say about this, Imani, before we move on?
Yeah, I think it was a great video. I mean, those girls, they don't hold back. Is funny. They're highly critical, but the underlying themes are transparency, how much influence has on our government. They talk about, free speech and public responsibility. And whether you agree with them or not, it's basically talking about political power, how government is not being accountable, the media narratives, because they're buying up the media, and the role of wealthy individuals, very wealthy individuals, in shaping public policy. And when they don't get their way, they run like someone peppered them. And that's it. That's all from me.
I agree. I agree with you said, and I wholeheartedly agree with everything that Jennifer and Pumps was saying as well. And it's just like, we sit back and we watch this stuff and they think that we don't see what's going on and what they're doing. We're paying close attention to y'all. We see it all for what it is. And it's really like, okay, you think you're just going to uproot and run off? First, like, you were saying a little bit, Imani, earlier. First, it was, we're just going to bounce around from state to state because there were some states that they could be safe in and some states they couldn't. Now we're seeing that a lot of states here that were red before, they're turning blue, and people are seeing it for what it really is. And they're like, yo, we got to get further away from this because the people want to see right through us. So now they want to go out of country. Well, okay. Run off if you want to. Run, but you sure can't hide. Like that's just how I feel about it. You can run as far as you want to run and go to wherever it is you see fit to go to, but you cannot hide. We live in a world of social media. We live in a world of technology. We can see y'all. We know what you're doing. We know what you've done, and we know what you'll continue to do. You can't hide from anything. And, okay, what? You want to do all of this so you can escape Uncle Sam? Well, guess what? You either pay on the front end or you pay on the back end, but you're going to pay. So, that's just how I feel about it. Like, y'all think you're so clever, you're so slick. Yeah, it's all right. Because guess what? Typically how it works, everybody got a toll, everybody got a tax. Okay? So you don't want to pay the US taxes. You going over to Argentina and you think the grass is green on the other side? Well, let's just wait for it. Because you'll see, they'll find out the grass isn't always greener on the other side. And you're probably going to have to do too much shucking and jiving, shucking and jiving and investing, right, with your coin in your pocketbook, that by the time, you open your big eyes up and see what it is, all they're going to do is use you and snatch up all your funds as well. But you don't want none of your money gone. It's all about being money hungry and greedy. And don't think that when you're working with people like the likes of these ones, with other individuals that move and operate pretty much similar as well. And I'm not talking about the people from the country. I'm talking about these leaders, these greedy leaders and representatives and stuff that are in, all states, all countries. The ones that are the same way, have the same mindset, they move and operate the same way. So it's just like, if you're not giving it to Uncle Sam, you're giving it to somebody, child, and they're going to get it. So, you can't play for free. You got to pay to play. That's how it is. So, that's just how I feel. You want to move because you think you're so slick. Nah, child, you still going to wind up paying a fee or a cost. But anyway, that's all I got to say on that, y'all. We are getting ready to move on in just a moment to our next talking point, where we'll be segueing into, give me just a second, y'all, a few different topics, okay? So the next one we'll segue into from this one will be, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Imani. I hear you.
Sorry, I thought, did you want to do a song break?
Yeah, we're going to take a quick little song break, and then after the song break, we'll go ahead and talk about the topic then. That sounds good. Let's just do it like that, okay? So let's take this song break real quick, y'all, and then we will move right on, But as far as what we heard so far, y'all let me know. Y'all can drop down in the chat or the comments later and give some of your thoughts, feelings, opinions. If you want to join us, you're more than welcome to join us. Let us know what y'all think about this so far.
And replay gang, hit the like button, like, subscribe, and share.
Yeah, thank you. Like, subscribe, and share. We appreciate it. Yeah. But anyway, let's take this quick little song break, and we'll be right back with the next topic, y'all. All right.
Yeah. Funny how people love throwing rocks to the glass breaking their house. Don't start nothing. Won't be nothing. Don't start nothing. Won't be nothing. Quit crying now. You was loving the dysfunction. Talk slick online. I was tension in public. Same dirt you was throwing came back by the bucket. Don't start fires you can't put out. Whole lot of wolves when the views go up. Whole lot of snakes when the truth come out. Now you wanna play victim. Shut up. We remember. Now it hurt? Oh, okay. Calm outside. Keep that same energy. Yeah. I done seen people smile and secretly plot. Screenshot conversations, send them round blocks. Do foul business, then run to God. Like heaven don't know what type time they on. Whole personality built off drama. Whole page built off tearing down mamas. Whole crew fake. Everybody gossip, then act confused when life get darker. Nah. You created that storm. Every lie got a price. Every snake get exposed eventually. That's just life. See, the internet made weird people famous. Everybody tough with edits and angles. Everybody gangster behind them captions. Till real pressure finally make them anxious. Now they posting little quotes about peace. After years of being messy for free. You can't stab folks and scream don't bleed. That ain't karma. That's receipts. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. You was out here moving low and disgusting. Had the same energy, turn disruptive. And your own people ain't even trusting. Don't throw dirt, then hide your hands. Universe spin back, that's God's plan. You made beds in all that chaos. Now lay there and deal with that. Tiptoe. Now they ducking their comments. Funny how bullies get quiet when karma responding. Now it's protect mental health, but where was that energy wrecking everybody else? Quiet, that guilt hit different at night. When the same pain you caused starts showing up in your life. I seen YouTube friendships turn into warfare. Seen fake love disappear when the crowd stares. Seen people build channels off humiliation, then panic once they own name get dragged there. That's the game though, cold world. Everybody wanna spend somebody else's pain go. Views up, morals down. Whole lot of lost souls wearing fake crowns. And I ain't perfect, but I learned one thing. If you keep sending hate out, the hate gon' ring. Back to your phone, back to your home, back to your spirit when you alone. That's why I move careful, watch who I feed. Some folks water drama like plants and weeds, then cry online. Why everybody against me? Girl, you been foul, people just finally seen it. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Quit acting shocked cause the truth got ugly. All that shady energy turned corrupted. Now the same smoke got your whole life flooded. Don't start wars and ask for grace. Can't move dirty, then outrun fate. Life got mirrors for every snake, and karma always know your face. Everybody tough when they hurting people. Different story when the hurt come home. Don't start nothing.
All right, y'all, we back. So thank you so much for rocking with us with that quick little song break. We about to go ahead and move right along. So we got to get into, some coverage here about Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi refuses the oath and as blows up the deposition, y'all. So, per usual, privilege, you know how you go. She has decided that she is going to refuse the oath. So let's go ahead and give y'all a few little additional pieces of information when it comes to that. Okay. So former Attorney General Pam Bondi's House Oversight Committee appearance over the Jeffrey Epstein files. This happened just today. So the drama is Bondi appeared for her highly anticipated session regarding the Justice Department's mismanagement of the Epstein files. But instead of a standard sworn under oath deposition, political maneuvering downgraded it to a transcribed interview where she did not take a traditional oath. Well, are we surprised? So here's the explosion, y'all. She fiercely defended the administration's handling while completely refusing to answer critical questions regarding direct executive involvement or knowledge of how the files were handled. Well, we've seen her do that the last time they had her up there. She didn't want to answer any questions and she tap danced around them. This time, child, she said she is going to deny the traditional oath. So what is the core issue here? Okay. Why are public officials allowed to avoid sworn depositions when the community is demanding absolute transparency. I don't think it's cool and I don't think it's right. What does it say to you when a former top law enforcement official avoids taking a strict sworn oath before answering to Congress? What type of governmental system do we have set up here? That's my question. But anyway, Imani, before we get into this video, do you have any thoughts or feelings or opinions on this with Pam Bondi just starting to not swear in? Like, she's just not going to take an oath at all. She decides what she wants to do and when she wants to do it. It doesn't surprise me. It's typical Karen energy. But, you know, hey, we're here. What do you think?
Listen, I have no surprise when it comes to this current DOJ. So let's just run the video. Let's split it into two and let's get some commentary, because I've got nothing to say. It's no surprise.
I absolutely agree. It just doesn't surprise me at all. Like, these people do not surprise me at all. But yeah, for y'all to see, if you have not seen yet, let's go ahead and get into it together. You know, we gonna meet y'all in the chat, chit chat while we watch. And like you said, we'll split it into two, you know, because it's a little bit lengthy or whatnot. But yeah, the you know, it's just it's the privilege of it all. Like, okay,
It's the
all right.
caucasity of it all.
The caucasity of it all. It's definitely giving that Karen energy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just do what you want to do, how you want to do it. You don't care about no laws, no regulations, nothing. Like, but of course, you know, you gotta tap dance and get yourself and shuffle yourself up out of trouble, because you know your name might be on a few documents, you know, just allegedly, in my opinion. But anyway, y'all, let's go ahead and get into this video. Let's listen to it together and we'll meet y'all in the chat. Child, people be so offended. Don't be offended. It's the truth. It's the truth. But let's get into it, y'all. We'll be right back.
Former Attorney General Pam Bondi, who you saw right there, was supposed to have her deposition taken under oath by the House Oversight Committee this morning. She refused to take the oath. She said she wouldn't do it. She was represented by a Justice Department lawyer who also made sure that Bondi would refuse to answer any questions about Donald Trump at this Oversight Committee hearing this morning. Also, Pam Bondi refused to be filmed for what was supposed to be an under oath film deposition. So no film, no under oath, refusing to answer questions about Donald Trump. Every time she was asked a question about Donald Trump's connections with Epstein, the DOJ lawyer would interject and say, "We're not answering any questions whatsoever about Donald Trump." She's refusing to answer those questions. When Bondi did speak, she threw Attorney General or Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche under the bus. She said, "Go and ask him. I didn't do it. He did it. The Department of Justice is a big, sprawling organization, so I wasn't involved in a lot of things regarding the Epstein files. You can't blame me, blame others, blame Todd Blanche." She literally threw Todd Blanche under the bus. And folks, we have a copy of Pam Bondi's opening statement, which I'll share with you in a little bit as well. But here's one of the things that she said, quote, "As the head of a large department with broad responsibilities, I did not lead every aspect of this effort or conduct that document review myself. I delegated oversight over this process to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche." Again, throwing Blanche under the bus right there. And so as this deposition or non-deposition was supposed to take place, Bondi, James Comer, the Department of Justice, which for some reason has one of their top lawyers in their personal capacity representing Pam Bondi, which seems entirely inappropriate to me, said no filming, no under oath. The Democrats put out a statement regarding that, saying Pam Bondi was at the heart of a White House cover-up, and Oversight Chairman James Comer is working to hide her testimony from the American people by not filming it. The survivors and the American people deserve to see her respond to the real questions about her mismanagement and cover-up of the Epstein files. So right as Pam Bondi pulled this stunt, no cameras, no under oath, Democratic Congress member, the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Robert Garcia, went out and spoke to the press. Here's what he had to say. Play this clip.
I just want to be very clear that we continue to be incredibly disappointed of the decision to not have this interview videotaped and then released to the American public. The second thing we asked Chairman Comer is to ensure that this interview is under oath. We understand the Attorney General is going to be there answering questions from Congress, but it should have been under oath and it should be videotaped. We obviously have a lot of questions as it relates to why only 50% of the files have been released, why many of the survivors were literally put in danger by the way the files were released, that private information should never have been released, and of course, why this continues to be some type of cover-up. And so those are our questions. There's many questions. We'll be here for the next few hours. But it's really important that we get to the truth and that the Attorney General answers the questions truthfully. And we'll continue to push, of course, for a videotape and this transcript for everybody else.
Then as this deposition was taking place, or non-deposition was taking place, I should say, during a break, Democratic Congress member Garcia talked about how he asked former Attorney General Bondi 5 times about her conversations.
All right, y'all. So we stop it right there just to take a quick commentary break. And V-Love, you're absolutely right. They let this happen because this is the truth of the matter. And this is one of the things that I really gets on my nerves. This James Comer, he got to go, period. Because you can tell, anybody can tell when you sit there and you listen to him and you watch him and how he oversees a lot of the conversations and these hearings that they have. You could tell that he's already picked the side. So basically, let's just bring it all in together here. So this is what went down. Stripped of the oath, the downgraded format. Originally, the House Oversight Committee hit Pam Bondi with a heavy bipartisan subpoena compelling a strict traditional under oath deposition that would be videotaped. Now, through backroom political maneuvering and to incentivize her cooperation after she was fired in April, committee chairman James Comer allowed her to appear to be downgraded. Now, here's the fallout. Instead of facing a sworn videotape deposition where lying would carry immediate perjury charges, Bondi sat for a private, non-videotape, unsworn, transcribed interview. Where they do that at? This left survivors outside the courtroom completely furious, demanding to know why a former top law enforcement official was permitted to avoid an under oath camera. It ain't right. Passing the buck. And then she threw Todd Blanche under the bus. So when grilled by lawmakers, like they said in the video, about the massive failures, major delays, and the illegal outing of the Epstein survivors, which included leaking unredacted names and private, bare body photos, Bondi completely distanced herself from the operational execution. In her prepared opening statement, Bondi stated, as the head of a large department with broad responsibilities, I do not lead every aspect of this effort or conduct that document review myself. Liar. She explicitly stated that she delegated oversight over this process to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. So then there was a committee leak. Hours into questioning, the top Democrat of the committee, Representative Robert Garcia, walked out to reporters and exposed exactly what was happening inside. Garcia revealed that Bondi was heavily passing the buck, stating she said, and he said, he quotes, acting AG Blanche was managing the entire investigation. Quite frankly, all of the mistakes that we saw, the redactions, not protecting survivors. She continues to push that back onto Todd Blanche. Child, it's the backpedal for me. After the session wrapped, Bondi immediately went into damage control mode on social media. She posted a frantic denial, claiming she didn't blame him, and instead praised him. Praised Blanche's management of the Herculean task, calling his ethics beyond reproach. But lawmakers inside insist the testimony spoke for herself. She pointed the finger directly at Blanche to clear her own name. Total stonewalling, if you ask me. What do you think about this, Imani? What's some of your thoughts and feelings and opinion?
Well, thank you for your summary. Here's the things we need to look at. You have a former attorney general, that's the equivalent of Merrick Garland and other people who've been in her position, a lawyer refusing to give under oath testimony. That is clear enough indication that she is not there to tell the truth. Because why would you give a testimony under oath? Why don't you want to be filmed? Because when we spent half a year, 2 years of them talking about Hunter Biden's laptop and getting everybody in and all the other people they've dragged in, they have filmed their testimony. They have taken their depositions and they had to give them under oath. They even dragged Hillary Clinton, who never even been to or was on the Epstein Island, into a deposition. These people are taking the P. Not only that, remember this woman was the highest law and order official in the country until recently, and she refuses to give a testimony under oath. I mean, we are in an upside down world here right now.
I'm telling you.
Further to that, she refused to answer any questions about Donald Trump. Listen, we know that Big Daddy Trump's in there thousands of times, so it doesn't matter what questions you don't want to answer. The evidence is out there. It's already been released. And then, like every other one of them, what does she do? She throws Todd Blanche under the bus. And he does have questions to answer. He needs to answer why Ghislaine Maxwell is in a club fed with a pet after teleporting girls and all the rest of the bullshit she did. But hey, that's for another day. And then on top of that, they're not thinking about the most important people in this pile of crap and this horrible stuff. The survivors.
The survivors
Of Epstein. Because
right.
they're not interested in politics. They're interested in justice. They don't give a buying hoo-ha who's in the Attorney General's office. They want you to justify your decision making. They are not focused on these survivors who suffered. They're not focused on catching and stopping the people that have done this and bringing and making them accountable so it doesn't happen again. No, they're in the CYA. Cover your ass. That's all they want to do is cover their asses. And this is what pisses me off. It's all about a cover up. We know the orange man, the orange Nelson Mandela was there. Okay, we know because I say Nelson Mandela because he thinks he's a civil rights activist, but seriously, we know the orange man was there.
Uh-huh.
We know it's already been disclosed. And the point is, what is really annoying is someone like Jim Comey, or who's the other one? There's another one that's on one of these committees. The point is they can't be removed because they're in highly red states. So we just have to hope that they are not in control of Congress next term, because then they won't control the committees. But if they get back into Congress, and this is why I say votes matter, votes really matter, they will be
Yeah,
controlling those committees again. But if the Democrats are in control of Congress, they are not going to have such an easy ride. So people, please, please, please get out there and vote. Get that
yeah,
out there and vote. Get them out in these midterms. Make these committees run by people like Raskin and other high profile Democrats. This is why your vote actually matters. And this is why I keep saying to people, please vote. I think it's disgusting. However, I'd like a little sideline because I did read something before we came on air. Apparently, and I'll say what the Republicans laugh, thoughts and prayers go out to her. Pam Bondi apparently has thyroid cancer. That's what I heard before I went on air. So we wish her well in whatever, in her treatment and whatever she does. I take that aside. But let's just be clear. These guys, they came in saying they were gonna release the Epstein files, release everything, until they looked at them and realized most of the people who have been controlling this government are in those files. Let's just be clear, because if you had a lot of high profile Democrats in those files, their names would have been released ages ago. They try to drag a few people in there, but it's not stuck, because mainly it's a lot of those people who have been pulling the strings of this government. And that's just my opinion, and that's it. That's all from me for this first half.
yeah. That's, like I said, you hit it right on the head, and it is very unfortunate. I know that it's been said that she has this condition or whatnot that she's fighting with and stuff like that. That sucks. You never wish that on anybody, no matter how terrible they're doing a job in a position that they're in. That's sad for her, and prayers for her and stuff going through that, because I know that's serious. But what's also serious is the position that she holds, and her being able to take accountability and be honest and do the right thing, the integral, noble thing, when it comes to something as severe as this Epstein situation and the files, and show that you have support or love or care for the survivors. But we also seen a video months ago when she literally was sitting in a seat where survivors were sitting behind her and in front of her, and she didn't care, even when she was looking them in their face, in their eyes, about their suffering and the terrible times that they went through and experiences that they had when it comes to this Epstein stuff. She could not look them in their eyes and give them an apology. She, just refused to do so. So, I have to be careful with my choice of words, but I'm just saying, sometimes it's just like people do not care about people. Like, I don't get it. And then, unfortunately, like now, when all heck is breaking loose and things are falling down on your head, then you want people to sit out here and feel bad for you and feel sorry for you and let you off
No,
the
I
hook.
tell you, I honestly, I think we should move off that. I think we should move off that. That's got nothing to do with this. She's ill. She's got cancer. Let's keep it moving. She can't help that.
Let's just keep playing the video. I'm just saying what I think, bro. Anyway,
No,
let's go.
I'm just
with
saying that
Trump,
her
and she
thyroid
refused to
cancer
answer
has got
anything about
nothing
Trump.
to do.
She said, I will.
I didn't hear you say it again.
No, her thyroid cancer has got nothing to do with her testimony. The biggest thing about this is that a law enforcement person does not want to give an under oath testimony because she knows she can be prosecuted if she lies. But her thyroid cancer has got nothing to do with it.
I wasn't talking about the cancer thing. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that, okay, you could possibly get into trouble legally, all of those things like that. Like your accountability that you need to take for the choices and decisions that you made. But you want people to feel like, oh, this is going to be so terrible. I could possibly go to jail. I could possibly be, lose this and lose that. Those type of things. Not necessarily. No,
No.
I'm not.
She knows. She knows she could go to jail. It's strategic. It's not even about feeling sorry for her. She knows exactly that. That's why she's not given an under oath testimony. That
Right.
is basically strategy from her because she knows it can be recalled and come back to bite her. She isn't even, it isn't about people feeling sorry for her. It's about the fact she knows that if she gives an under oath testimony and it's filmed and she lies, she can go to jail.
Exactly.
That's all. She knows
So,
that.
but you know what I'm saying? Like, why, like, what is she looking for? Like, what do you
I
think we
don't
supposed
know.
to
You know what, Golden? I don't know and I don't care. I care more about the fact that she's disrespected survivors who want to know that something is going to be done and accountability to stop this happening going forward. That is all I care about. I don't care about what she wants because, as far as I'm concerned, she doesn't care about the survivors. That's how I feel about her. She's disgusting
Mhm.
because someone in that job, the highest law enforcement official in the country, and you refuse to testify under oath, you're taking the absolute pee. Excuse my French.
No, I agree. But let's keep going and we'll be right back.
Will not answer any questions, and the Justice Department lawyer would always interject and issue objections. Here, play this clip.
In that interview, and what she's saying here in her words and remarks is that it was Todd Blanche, the current acting AG, that was leading the Epstein investigation. And quite frankly, all of the mistakes that we saw, the redactions, not protecting survivors, she continues to push that back onto the acting AG, Todd Blanche, who, by the way, was Donald Trump's former personal lawyer. I also personally asked the former AG 5 times and 5 different questions about her conversations with President Trump, whether he directed her at any given time on the Epstein files, what he knew, what he asked her to redact or not, and she refused to answer any questions about President Trump. In fact, she said that she would not speak or respond to any questions that had anything to do with President Trump. It's also—
So here is Pam Bondi's opening statement right here where she throws Todd Blanche under the bus. Let me just share it with you. And again, she refused to be videotaped, so I'm going to try to channel what took place. She said, "Good morning. Before we start today, I want to reiterate what I have said many times regarding the department's handling during my tenure as Attorney General of the voluminous materials that are now commonly known as the Epstein files. I am proud of the department's record and committed to transparency under my leadership. We demonstrated an unprecedented commitment to transparency in the department's search for a collection and review of the Epstein files, producing nearly 3 million pages of material, including thousands of videos and hundreds of thousands of images." Pause right there. You're still covering up perhaps 5 to 10 million documents, videos, and photographs that are probably the most damning and damaging. Also, you can't really brag about transparency where you refuse to testify under oath. You refuse to actually sit for a legitimate deposition, and you refuse to be filmed. So your words ring very hollow. And by the way, the Epstein survivors were waiting outside in the hall. I'll show you what they had to say in a moment as well. Bondi goes on to say, these investigations span 4 administrations dating back to the Bush administration and have gone through the Obama administration. Got it. You're going to blame Obama and Biden. We don't need to hear that. She goes on to say, this was enormously complicated and labor intensive. To the best of my knowledge, the department produced everything under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Our diligent and good faith effort to collect materials ensure that potentially responsive documents that could be reasonably located would see the light of day. All department components were directed to submit any potential responsive records with broad responsibilities. I did not lead every aspect of this effort or conduct that document review myself. I delegated oversight over this process to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. The team of professionals who reviewed all of the materials that we collected assured me that only the materials that were withheld were either non-responsive, privileged, or duplicative. Pause right there. So you, at this charade of a deposition, are claiming that all of your communications with Donald Trump are privileged. So by the same logic, Bondi, you were withholding those 5 to 10 million documents under the same frivolous privilege grounds. You're claiming some sort of executive privilege that Donald Trump's cover-up of a child sex trafficking ring doesn't have to see the light of day. You're quite literally doing that today, right now, by not answering those questions. So yes, when you use the word privilege, who's making the privilege determination? You and the people who are representing you and the DOJ and the people who are covering up the damn child sex trafficking ring. So we don't buy this one bit. But it is interesting she throws Todd Blanche under the bus, isn't it? She goes on to say, there were redaction errors, but since day one of the process, this department has been committed to accountability and transparency. Our stance has always been that the department stands ready to review any potential evidence of criminal activity regarding Epstein and his associates. I would like to repeat what I shared before the House Judiciary in February. I have spent my entire career fighting for victims, and I will continue to do so. No, you've spent your entire career covering up, apparently, for a child sex trafficking ring, in my opinion. And that's what your damn legacy is going to be. That was her opening statement. Back to Democratic Congress member Garcia. She said that throughout this process today, this informal interview, if you will, she continued to push all of the investigation and blame on Blanche. Play this clip.
It's also interesting that sitting next to her is DOJ counsel, somebody that currently works for the Department of Justice, who on multiple occasions stepped in and told the former Attorney General that she was not going to answer those questions, and especially when we ask questions of what the president directed her to do. And so the DOJ is in there right now stopping questions about President Trump and about what happened in the release of these files and why so many survivors were doxxed and their information, of course, released to the public. And let me also just say, finally, before I turn this over to Liz, to Ms. Stein here, we asked questions about Ghislaine Maxwell and the transfer. And again, she referred those questions to Todd Blanche in the Bureau of Prisons. So let's be clear, we have many questions for Mr. Blanche and for the Bureau of Prisons that yet Republicans are refusing to ask. Why was she transferred to a less secure facility? And Ms. Bondi claims to have no knowledge of the actual transfer, no knowledge that it was a less secure prison, and didn't know about it until she found out after the fact, and then will refuse to answer additional questions. So let me introduce.
Then we heard from Democratic Congresswoman Stansberry. Here's what she had to say.
One of the Department of Justice attorneys intervened and said that she did not have to answer the question because it was a voluntary interview, and said, in fact, quote, we don't even have to assert privilege because of that, and said, quote, we refuse to provide answers. That means that the United States Department of Justice is intervening on behalf of Pam Bondi to stop her from answering questions about what happened in the cover-up of this case and her conversations with Donald Trump, and is asserting that she does not have to answer questions because she is not required to, because she is not being deposed under oath. This is a cover-up. This will be remembered as the largest cover-up likely in American history, and it is clear that this interview is a smokescreen to try to show the American people that they are complying while they are not. Now, I also want to point out that there is not a single Republican in the room besides the chairman.
Now, before this deposition took place a little bit ago, you had James Comer saying the following on the Epstein files. This was about a month or so ago, leading into this deposition. Let's play this clip.
They have created a narrative, a false narrative, that there's a cover-up, and they've created a false narrative that Donald Trump somehow some type of liability in this. Both narratives are getting exploded.
And this was James Comer's position on why no video depositions of Howard Lutnick, why no video depositions of Pam Bondi, but yes, video depositions of Hillary Clinton. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Hillary Clinton, not in the episode, get her on a video deposition. Pam Bondi and the people and Lutnick, so the people who are actually involved, well, why would we do that? They're coming in informally. No, they're not coming in informally. They were subpoenaed to show up. And just because they're like, yeah, but I'll still just show up voluntarily. These people are crooks. These people are criminals. These people are sick. Here, play this clip right here.
Based on, his description of events, do you have any concerns about the secretary's conflicting statements, and why not do this as a videotaped?
Well, this is, with this transcript, he's coming in voluntarily, first of all. So we don't video people that come in voluntarily. We didn't video Ted Waite last week. But at the end of the day, the transcript's the most important thing. I assume there'll be Democrat members here today. If not, there'll be staffers. I know there was criticism. I read somewhere that a member or two was complaining that this was on a day when Congress wasn't in session. When this was scheduled, we were supposed to be in session. This week was flipped with King Charles last week. So when we scheduled this, he was supposed to be here. So, if you're interested in the investigation, you can come here. I missed my son's baseball game last night because I want to be here, obviously, for this interview. And
then Congresswoman Stansberry posted the following. The Epstein saga could end today. Trump's DOJ could release all the files. They could arrest known perpetrators. They could pass legislation to help survivors. But instead, at every turn, they're blocking this investigation, breaking the law, and choosing to protect the president and Epstein's friends. It's time to turn the Epstein files into the Epstein trials and deliver hard-fought, long-overdue justice for survivors. The Oversight Dems account also posted, under Pam Bondi, survivors' names were unredacted. One survivor's name was mentioned over 500 times. Epstein's co-conspirators, they were redacted. These weren't errors, they were choices. Choices that protected the powerful and put survivors in danger. We heard from an Epstein survivor, Danny Bensky, outside of this charade, this farce that Bondi was doing. Here's what she had to say. Play this clip.
I think we're really hopeful that she's not going to talk about the Dow today. We hope that there's no deflection to Charlene's point. I think this case has always been about more than Epstein and Maxwell survivors. And we don't want to send a chilling effect that survivors can't come forward. And so far, the DOJ has done everything they possibly can to intimidate survivors. And so we hope that today is actually a day where maybe she's had some reckoning and maybe there is some transparency now that she doesn't have the threat of being fired.
We heard from Epstein survivor Charlene Rochard, who spoke with Aaron Parnas of the Midas Touch Network. Play this clip.
I'm here with Charlene Rochard, an Epstein survivor. Now, Charlene, what is one thing you want the public to know during today's Pam Bondi testimony?
I want the public to know that we're here for actually the public. We are here for you because not only do we want the truth and transparency, but the public deserves it as well. There are so many leads. This is a global sex trafficking ring, and we need to protect the next generation from this happening again.
What kind of leads are you talking about that the public may not be aware of?
Well, I have this right here, and this says prominent names, and I'm just going to read them to you. Trump, Weinstein, Glenn Dubin, Prince Andrews, Jess Staley, Leon Black, Les Wexner, Alan Dershowitz, Bill Clinton, Howard Lutnick, William Barr, and I'd like to add, and Dyken Khan.
Thank you so much, Charlene.
We heard from Epstein survivor Merlina Lacerdo. Here's what she had to say. Play this clip.
What's your name? Marina Lacerda, minor victim 1.
So, what are you hoping comes out of today?
Well, we all hope that today PAM Bondi will be as clear as possible and hopefully bring accountability to the table. And, we just hope that she is here to, make some sense out of everything, because the last time we were here, there was a lot of lashing, there was a lot of dehumanizing the survivors. So we hope that she finds it in her heart to speak the truth today.
What would accountability look like?
Accountability will look like when all the perpetrators are brought to justice, and we have people actually, being, under oath. Right now we are really looking for some truth here. That's what we're looking for.
Also, Aaron Parnas from the Midas Touch Network and from the Parnas's media company also says the following. Several Epstein survivors launched survivorsisters.org during Bondi's testimony. The website outlines the timeline starting in 1996 and shares voices of dozens of survivors at survivorsisters.org. I want to plug that as well because of the incredible courage that they've shown, unlike Bondi, who refused to be video, who refused to go under oath, because at her last hearing where she was under oath, this is what went down. I'll remind you, the Dow is over 50,000. Here, play this clip.
The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thanks for watching.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com.
All right, y'all. So that's the end of that video. We basically heard what it is. Like, we've seen it. We've been seeing it. To me, it's just, she's a disgrace. She's a disgrace. A lot of these people are disgraced. All of those survivors, all of those people, especially young girls and women, right, that had to undergo those things that they went through. You want to help sweep that under the rug. You don't want to take the bench. You don't want to tell the truth under oath because you know you're going to lie. And you got to lie to save your own tail. You throw your own people under the bus. Like, this is a disgusting individual. You're disgusting. And I'm sorry. That's just how I feel. That's my personal opinion. I don't know how anybody else feels about this. But hey, we're seeing this more and more now, right?
Is it my turn?
Yeah, go ahead.
Turn to tell you how disgusting I actually think she is. The fact is, let's just talk about this, yeah, just for a second. This isn't about whether you're Democrat or Republican. This is about accountability. And the fact that you have a senior law enforcement or ex-law enforcement person, because she's no longer the Attorney General, who refuses to testify under oath. Why the hell would you refuse to testify under oath? You refuse to have your interview filmed. And that's because you're just interested in the cover-up, allegedly. You're not interested in the survivors. You're not interested. And the survivors were out there, some of them. You're not interested in accountability. You're not interested in bringing the rich and the powerful to justice. You're just interested in covering your ass that you know that you, because you avoided every single question about Trump. And we all know, because we've all heard, he's in there thousands of times. Thousands of times. So there's no point. And no one is listening to the voices of the survivors. And the thing is, their message is very clear, that powerful people should not receive special treatment. And at the end of the day, what they want is let the facts speak for themselves. Let the evidence be examined. Let accountability apply to everybody equally. Because it shouldn't depend on how rich they are, or how famous you are, or who you know. And until people feel they've received the full truth, the questions are not going away, because justice doesn't depend on how rich you are, or how famous you are, or who you know. It depends on the evidence. It depends on the investigations. And to be honest, all societies, all the people who have been involved with this creep known as Epstein will be judged on how they treat the powerful, about how, if they have the courage to hold the powerful accountable when ordinary people are demanding justice and are subject to justice every day. And that's what this is about. And quite frankly, I think Pam Bondi, you are a disgusting individual to actually refuse to give a testimony under oath, which signifies to me, and that's only my opinion, that you got something to hide and you don't want a record of it on oath. And you were not fit to hold that office in the first place. And your lucky boy, who you passed all the blame onto, is exactly the same as you. Because the only person you pay homage to is Donald Trump. And you forget that when you walk into a courtroom, it's about we, the people. You are there to
Exactly.
represent the people. And those survivors are the people. And that's all I got.
No, exactly.
No question.
I agree. I agree. I couldn't agree more. We're getting ready to get into the next topic, y'all. Thank y'all for rocking with us. We're playing, and listening to these topics from beginning to end because they're important. It's very important. And I believe that is necessary. The survivors, their voices need to be heard. This story and this disgust of a woman and administration and how they are treating these Epstein files need to be exposed. And we need to talk about it from the very beginning to the very end and not leave out one part. So thank y'all for rocking with us. It is getting a little timely or whatever, but we got time today. It's Friday. Let's do it. We're going to begin into our next topic in just a moment, y'all. And this one tying into more of these funds, our funds, taxpayer dollars that are being snatched and stolen because we're required to pay them, right? But once those funds start pouring into the accounts, Lord knows they just do whatever they want to do with them. That's money that you can be keeping in your pocket to put more food in your refrigerator or pay your bills or make sure your family is straight. But they take your taxpayer dollars and they do just whatever they want to do with them. So we're going to get into that video in just a moment after this song break, y'all. We will be right back. I got to plug in my speaker. But there is a helpline here that is in the comment section when it comes to human trafficking and, trafficking is a very serious situation. For anyone who's been through that, we really give our, hearts and our prayers to you, hugs around you. I know that cannot be easy. And anyone who has experienced that, their story needs to be told. And they don't need people like PAM Bondi that don't want to sit up here and then put out the fire necessary for some of these survivors to get the justice that they deserve. I'm sorry, I don't want to get choked up, y'all, because I get very angry about this type of stuff. Because I get really tired. I get really tired of the lack of accountability when it comes to the injustices that happen to individuals and how people can hold positions, especially if they have these positions of so-called power, and they have the baton in their hand. They have the ball in their court to do something to change it, and they just don't. They don't do right when it comes to the wrong. That ticks me off. But let's go ahead and take a quick song break. We'll be right back, y'all.
They got people forgetting folks are human. That part. Every laugh ain't harmless. Every post ain't just jokes. Some people smiling online, crying in real life. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Why you tearing people down for fun? Why? You don't know what they carry when the camera done. Broken souls throw stones, then hide they hands. Cowards in comment sections playing God again. Karma don't miss. And healing's still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble you. Yeah. YouTube streets messy, everybody got a target. Creators throwing dirt like hate became a market. Mocking people daily, that spirit look haunted. Tell me who raised y'all, this behavior garbage. Laughing at depression, exposing folks' trauma. Then act shocked when tragedy follow behind you. The evil energy, boomerang proper. Come on, pull up silent like a midnight robber. And honestly, do you watch my live? I talk truth, pain, growth, tears, real vibes. Not everybody built for the games online. Some folks want insult from losing their mind. That's fake, no cap. Y'all addicted to humiliation. Every live stream feel like public execution. Views over souls, cloud over humans. Then wonder why the whole world mentally ruined. Somebody mama crying at night. Somebody daughter hurt inside. Somebody praying not to give up while bullets screenshot painful life. Shame on you, shame. You need healing too. Only damaged people wake up daily, trying to damage others too. Enough is enough. Why you tearing people down for fun? Tearing them down. You don't know what they fighting when the live stream done. There you go. Keyboard killers acting tough online. Whole time spiritually broken inside. Karma don't miss, no. Karma don't skip souls either. Every hateful seed gon' meet the reaper. So to the hurt and bully people, listen close. You matter more than these demons online. These chicks bitter, these dudes weird. Obsessed every day, like why you still here? Refreshing my page while pretending you don't care. Whole personality built off hate and fear. Talk slick online, real life timid. Broken inside, everybody can feel it. Projecting their wounds while the comments all cheering. That ain't straight, baby, that sickness concealed. And I said what I said. Yeah, some of these creators need therapy bad. Not another live stream drag. Not another fake outrage cash grab scam. Y'all bully for a living. That's sad. Spirit look bankrupt, dusty and mad. And the people encouraging it just is trash. Laugh now. Karma got a long memory past. Lord, cover the wounded. Cover the lonely heart. Cover the lonely heart. Cover the people crying silently in dark rooms. Teach us compassion again. Teach this world mercy again. Because words cut deep. So deep. And some people never recover. To everybody bullied online, you are not weak because you hurt. You are not crazy because you feel pain. And don't let these empty souls convince you your life got no value. The loudest bullies usually fighting deep abuse, but it's the truth. And to the bullies, get help, seriously. This obsession will tear his strangers apart every day. That ain't normal. Enough is enough. We need love more than ever now. Too many souls out here barely hanging on somehow. No more glorifying painful views. No more clowning her forever nude. No more mob attacks for entertainment. That darkness got consequences too. Come on, don't miss. Come on, don't miss. And healing still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble you. Enough is enough. Spread love before it's too late. Yeah, before it's too late.
All right, y'all. So thanks for rocking with us for that song break right there. We're about to go ahead and get to the next topic. So we got to talk about Trump, of course. So we got a few things we're going to talk about when it comes to Trump. The very first thing is basically right now he is suffering a shock loss of a $1.8 billion fund. So breaking news came out that the U.S. District Judge Leonie Brinkema, I hope I'm saying that right, stepped in and temporarily blocked the administration from taking any further action to set up or operate the nearly $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. This is a massive fund that came out of the Department of Justice, the DOJ, settlement that Trump had for his personal lawsuits against the IRS. Instead of personal damages, this multi-billion-dollar taxpayer fund was created. Watchdog groups sued, calling it partisan slush fund, designed to bypass Congress. Now, the integrity check of it all. Back to what we heard in the very beginning of the video. Tupac's greed segment. Why are billions of taxpayer dollars being shifted into specialized pots while everyday people face a affordability crisis? Gas is up. Food prices are up. People are trying to survive and pay the bills, okay? And they are being required by Uncle Sam to pay their hard-earned money into taxes. But that tax that they pay and that money that goes into that pot gets to just be spent any way that what this administration and this president sees fit. It's not right and it's not fair. But anyway, we'll be hearing again from Midas Touch Network. And we'll be talking about how the judge has blocked Trump in his slush fund, which needs to happen. Because I don't think you get to use the taxpayer dollars like that. No, ma'am. No, sir. And the people are tired of sitting back and watching their taxpayer dollars just be funded and put into whatever it is that these people want to do for luxury purposes. So let's be clear. None of this fund, this slush fund, any of this money that they're putting into anything is going to anything useful that is going to give back to the people who poured into it or make anything better in this country or world. It's all selfish. You're taking the taxpayers' money and you want to sit up here and make it rain. And guess what? The taxpayers are getting quite tired of it. And, well, the judge is blocking some of this. And so, basically, Trump is kicking his money. What do you think about this, Imani?
No, I was just going to say I'll comment after the video, but we can play this one all the way through to the end and then we'll do the commentary.
Yeah, this one's not too long. That sounds good. Yeah. Let's just play it all the way and then we'll discuss it at the end. So let's get into it, y'all. We'll meet you in the chat.
Got some breaking news. Senior status federal judge Brinkema in the Eastern District of Virginia has blocked the anti-weaponization fund, that phony slush fund created by Donald Trump, from the embers of a phony lawsuit. Judge Brinkema has blocked the creation of the fund, the funding of the fund, the distribution of funds from the fund by Donald Trump, his Department of Justice, or anyone else, until she can get full briefing on the motion for preliminary injunction and temporary restraining order filed by our friends at Democracy Forward on behalf of a series of plaintiffs. The order just came out in the last few moments. Let me read to you from the order, then I'll tell you how we got here. The order is a order on the plaintiffs' motion for expedited briefing schedule. They filed a motion for temporary restraining order. They wanted the judge, in addition, to set a very fast briefing schedule. The judge wants to slow down the briefing schedule until the middle of June, but doesn't want funds distributed at all. So she has used her power to block it and retain the status quo. Here's what Judge Brinkema says. However, to ensure that no funds are irreversibly dispersed from the anti-weaponization fund while plaintiff's motion is pending, it is hereby ordered that defendants, and that's the Department of Justice and Donald Trump and the IRS, be and are enjoined from taking any further action pursuant to the creation or operation of the anti-weaponization fund, which includes the transferring of money to the fund, the consideration of any claims submitted to the fund, and the dispersing of any funds from the fund. She says in footnote 1, it is important that the status quo be maintained until plaintiff's pending motion has been resolved, especially as plaintiffs allege in their expedited motion that defense counsel, that's the Department of Justice side, was unable to provide assurances of how long the status quo would last and decline plaintiff's request that the government commit to not transferring money to the fund or processing or paying claims until at least June 19 to allow for a less compressed briefing in this case. So Democracy Forward reached out to the lawyers for the Trump administration, and they would not commit to hold to put a pin in it, to hold the ring until full briefing. Hence the judge saying, I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to block it. Pardon me. And then she sets the following briefing schedule. She wants the government to file their opposition by next Friday, June 5th. She wants the plaintiffs to file their reply by Wednesday, June 10th. And then she wants a hearing. She set a hearing for the motion to be on Friday, June 12th. So 2 Fridays from now, we're going to have the hearing on the motion for temporary restraining order. Could the Trump administration try to take an appeal at this juncture? They could. I just don't see John Roberts granting an appeal and cutting the legs out as of yet from under Judge Brinkema as she set a reasonable briefing schedule. Let's go back and how we got here. Trump has a lawsuit that he files in Miami as cover to set up a fund to pay Jan 6ers and others who he claims were abused by the Biden administration. Okay, that lawsuit was questioned by Judge Williams in the Miami federal court. She questioned whether there was a legitimate lawsuit pending at all. It was about to dismiss it, frankly, when Trump settled the case, then used the lawsuit as a ruse for the Department of Justice to dip into the judgment fund funded by Congress to pay victims from the fund. But in order to have a judgment fund claim, there has to be a legitimate suit that set up that aspect of the fund. No legitimate suit, no good faith filing, then the Attorney General is not empowered to settle anything. And that's where that particular issue is still being litigated in Miami. In the interim, several lawsuits have been filed. This was the second against the fund itself and its formation, claiming that it violates the First Amendment, the rights of people, because it's content-based discrimination, the Fifth Amendment, equal protection, the separation of powers, the Administrative Procedures Act, the 14th Amendment against paying the debts of insurrectionists, you name it. That's what's in the original complaint. My cat Chanel, she runs the house. I just pay the mortgage and scoop litter. So when I found something that fixes that worst part of having a cat, I paid attention. This podcast is with Judge Brinkema, and you agree not to distribute from the fund, because I think there's still gas in the tank. There's still money in the fund. We won't ask the judge for an immediate injunction. And they said, no, we're not going to make that commitment. Hence, Judge Brinkema, based on two motions that were filed, one, a motion for temporary restraining order or for a preliminary injunction with expedited briefing, or for the expedited briefing issue, the judge says, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a pin in this. I'm going to hold the ring through the next 2 Fridays until we have a hearing. Now, there's been reporting, as we all know, that the Senate left and has not returned yet to take up the issue of whether they're going to fund the judgment fund. But the judgment fund already has money in it. And that's the fear of the Democracy Forward plaintiffs, is that they are going to start distributing money, set up this fund, do a quick, a new agency that they don't have the power to establish, and do all of that so quickly that it will harm the plaintiffs. The biggest issue here has to do with standing. Who has standing to object to this weaponization fund? And that's going to be something for Judge Brinkema to decide whether the 4 different types of plaintiffs that are part of this case, Andrew Floyd, a former assistant U.S. attorney, a protester who was unlawfully prosecuted, an anti-abortion group, the city of New Haven, Connecticut, and Common Cause, a leading vote protection entity, whether all or any of them have standing, a particular type of injury, to bring this case really on behalf of the American people. I'm going to be interviewing the head of Democracy Forward over on the Legal AF YouTube channel, and that video will be going up sometime on Friday. But this is important. This is the first order blocking the anti-weaponization fund, even if it's just for the next 2 weeks. I'm sure the Department of Justice will be issuing some nasty comments along with Donald Trump about Judge Brinkema, a Clinton appointee, senior status, and she's been up against the Trump administration before. She's tough. She's tough as nails. She's exactly the kind of judge I'm sure Democracy Forward wanted when they filed on the rocket docket of the Eastern District of Virginia. There's another case that's pending in D.C., brought by 2 Jan 6th Capitol Police and Metro Police. There's another suit that was just filed by our friends at Mueller, She Wrote. Mueller, She Wrote just filed a lawsuit in California over it. But this is the first one to block it. So we'll follow it closely. You know where to do that. Legal AF, the YouTube channel, which I curate for you, 12 fresh videos every day. And over on Legal AF Substack, I'll do updates on this. If there is an appeal, you'll know about it first on Legal AF. Until my next report, this is Michael Popak.
All right, y'all. So that was just a quick little video from Michael Popak, but I love listening to him. He is partnered with the Midas Touch Network with Legal AF. And so that is one of, the platforms that I watch as well when it comes to legalities of all of this. But we can go ahead and break down basically a little bit more of what is going on with these facts, okay, with this $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. Before we get into that, Imani, what are some of your thoughts, feelings, and opinions?
Right. Well, this is, once again, it comes down to power, accountability, and whether the government money can be used the way politicians want it used. Used.
Exactly.
Basically, a federal judge has temporarily blocked Donald Trump's anti-weaponization fund. This is a fund designed to give reparations, and we'll call them reparations, to people who came into the Capitol and shat all over the place and destroyed it on Jan 6th. This is what they're going to get. Now, the important thing to understand is that the judge didn't make a final ruling. She didn't say the fund is legal or illegal. What she said was simple: stop everything now. No money can be transferred, no claims can be processed, no payouts can be made. Everything's frozen until the court hears the arguments. Because once the money starts moving, you can't easily put the genie back in the bottle, basically.
Right.
Now, according to the lawsuits and other groups challenging, it raises serious constitutional questions, and it may violate separation of powers and other legal protections. And they believe that the executive branch maybe try to do something that should require congressional approval. Right. The judge also noted that they need to pause the fund while the case moves forward. And basically, because they were going to continue doing what they were doing unless the judge put a pause on it. And it's not just about one fund. This is becoming a test of how much power the president has when it comes to creating programs, distributing money, and deciding who gets compensated. I mean, where are we now? And the thing is, it looks like a criminal reward system. You commit crimes because in order to get a pardon, and this is what a lot of people don't realize, those that were pardoned had to admit their crimes to be pardoned.
Thank you, Imani. Thank you so much for just sharing. Because, you know, come on.
Right.
Yeah,
But the thing
go
is,
ahead.
let me just get back to the fund. The fund is frozen. The legal
Uh-huh.
battle is carrying on. And additional lawsuits are being filed around the country. For supporters of the fund, it's temporary delay. For the supporters of the challenge, it's an early victory. And really, the closing for me is, was the Constitution defined for moments exactly like this, when everyone agrees that power is being tested and the courts must decide where the limits of his power truly lie? You know, this is really, really what we're talking about here. But it's an interesting fight. I know it probably seems like there's a lot of legalities, but people need to take note, because this is your money they're spending, nobody else's. Taxpayer dollars are in this fund. Remember that, 1.87 billion. So when you're not getting your health care, this is where your money's going. This is what they're doing with your money. And that's it.
Right.
That's all from me.
Yeah, and you know, like basically what it boils down to is for people to understand how the chain of command works, okay? The president, Trump, cannot spend money that has not been authorized by Congress. So furthermore, because the settlement completely bypassed judicial review, it is being looked at by legal scholars as unprecedented and run around the Constitution. You are not bigger than the program, okay? And then there's also a backing coalition. Now, a lot of people, and we appreciate, let's be very clear about that. We appreciate Leonie Brekema, right? The U.S. District Judge, that is the main one that is leading this charge and saying absolutely not. No. Shut it down now. No funds will be going to anybody from this fund, okay? Based off of what Trump is saying. But the thing is, it's not just Judge Brekema. A bipartisan coalition of 35 formal federal judges formally petitioned the court, to intervene. These former judges are not holding back. They publicly condemned this $1.8 billion deal, filing motions that labeled the settlement an outrage. It is a fraud on the court. Not only is it fraud on the people, but it is also a fraud on the court, designed to illegally funnel taxpayer dollars. That's us, y'all. So our money, the taxpayers, illegally funnel our taxpayer dollars directly to Trump's political base and whatever it is he see fit he want to spend the money on. Okay, so there's been some polls, there's been some conversations. How do the people and the taxpayers feel? Well, the taxpayers and the survivor outrage, they have called it and they've named it this, a sham slush fund. Regular taxpayers, government watchdog groups, and Democratic lawmakers are absolutely furious by this and have been. They're not supporting any of this, okay? Then we have the Capitol Police lawsuit. Excuse me. The freeze comes directly on the heels of a major lawsuit brought by Capitol Police officers who defended the building on January 6th. Taxpayers and officers are outraged because the DOJ openly admitted that January 6 rioters and violent extremists would be eligible to apply for these taxpayer-funded grants. Absolutely not. Working class taxpayers feel a deep sense of betrayal. They're asking, how is that billions of our hard-earned tax dollars are being weaponized to give cash payouts to political allies and insurrectionists, while regular communities are struggling with an affordability crisis right now? I mean, y'all, it's not rocket science. It is very simple and basic. Then we have the Senate Republican backlash, blindsided and furious. The internal chaos that is happening, that we don't always get to hear about or know about, but it's happening. This fund has become so toxic that it completely shattered Republican unity in the Senate. So basically, 1 second, a sip of water. My voice getting a little hoarse. So basically, even Republicans are going against each other, because there are some Republicans that's like, absolutely not. And then, of course, the ones, who are probably on Trump's bandwagon are, pushing for it and have no issue with it. But there are stand-up Republicans that are saying, absolutely not. This is not how things work and operate. High-profile Republican senators openly are revolting this just this week, stating that the people, the Senate, excuse me, everybody is completely blindsided by the DOJ's shady announcement. The issue became so radioactive, the Senate GOP leaders were forced to completely cancel a major priority immigration enforcement budget vote because Republican senators refused to back a package tied to this fund. Y'all know what that means, right? So, because they got to fight about this BS that everybody clearly knows is wrong, should not happen, should not be put in place. When that happens, that shuts down things sometimes when people can't come to a decision, right? So other important things that need attention and decisions need to be made on, sometimes they're getting put to the back burner because they're fighting these issues here. And unfortunately, I don't understand why, but they're like, these Trump people that he put in position and in seats, they want to rock with him and say it's okay. The ones who want to do their job properly saying, no, absolutely not. And because when they fighting towards these things, right, amongst each other, real issues, right, that need to have decisions made on get placed on the back burner because things get shut down when it comes to this type of stuff. Just like the government shutdowns and stuff. That's what happens when the government shutdowns happen because they can't come to an agreement on something that's clearly stupid. It should be very evident. Other things cannot be addressed and dealt with properly either. So, y'all, my questions are to you. All of this is basically is straightforward. It should be really, really obvious. But, what do y'all think about this? Okay. So let's talk about a few things more before we go into the next topic. Okay. There is the conflict of interest. Okay. So put on your royalty and integrity hats right now and break down the pure corruption of this setup. Donald Trump sued the IRS. He then becomes president, appoints his own personal defense lawyer, Todd Blanche, to run the DOJ, then settles his own lawsuit by agreeing to give away $1.8 billion in taxpayer money to his own supporters. It is the absolute definition of lack of integrity and self-dealing. Now, remember, we listened to Tupac earlier, very early in the beginning, in the opening of the video. Let's connect this to Tupac's warning. Use this as the ultimate hammer for segment 1 and 2 that we discussed. Tupac talked about a system of gimme, gimme, push, push, crush, crush, where elites take whatever they want from the public kitty and use it to protect their own power structures. This fund is a literal manifestation of the warning he was giving us, and that was in 1992. They bypassed Congress, bypassed judicial oversight, and tried to snatch and steal $1.8 billion of the public's money. We also going to talk about the power of the judiciary. Let's praise the fact that we do have, right? Because hope is still alive and can continue to be alive, because we do have judges like Brakima and the 35 bipartisan judges as well, who stood up for the rule of law. In a time where people feel like the powerful can get away with anything, this freeze shows that the checks and balances can still work, but only if the people fight back and the integrity is in the right place. And we can't lose hope and give up hope, because there are people out here fighting for justice, what's right, for things that are fair. And so I know sometimes it seems bleak. It really does. And Lord knows it gets me in a tether, or, a tizzy. But when we see these type of moves happening, and we see people standing up and speaking up for what's right and using the power that they hold in their will to fight against the wrongdoing, it gives us hope to understand that this game ain't over yet. It's not over yet. There's still people that believe in democracy. There's still people that believe in justice. There's still people that believe in fairness. And thankfully, some of those people happen to be judges that are in positions that can make these type of calls and make a difference. So that's all I got to say on that. Do you have any additional comments, Imani, or you want to just go ahead and move on to the next topic?
No, let's just move on to the next topic. I get nothing more. You've summed it up great. Honestly, your summary is great.
All right, girl. So let's move forward. Now, again, we also have another bone to pick per usual, because y'all, this one is another one that is just a bone collector. But sometimes they're old bones, sometimes they're new bones. We can't be sure. But we're going to get into the next topic, unfortunately. So the next topic we have here when it comes to Trump is this global ultimatum, okay? The 48-hour standoff and Iran deal stake. So we're going to be unpacking the heavy geopolitical tensions, the hunt for a missing service member, and the billions hanging in the balance. So let me tell y'all what's going on, and then we'll get into the video. The 48-hour ultimatum, massive global stakes, where Trump issued an intense public 48-hour warning to Tehran to finalize a deal and reopen the Strait of Hormuz before escalating military action. Threats all the time. Now, there is a missing pilot. The ongoing high-stakes search and rescue mission for missing U.S. military pilot after 2 aircrafts went down over the region. And now this has become a $300 billion negotiation. So they basically are trying to leverage $300 billion, okay, of frozen Iranian assets, sanctions relief, and the global economic fallout of the energy crisis. This is what is happening with more money. And when you listen, if you let them tell it, child, we broke. We ain't got no money. We talking about $300 billion, $10 billion. You know, like the numbers just keep going up and up and up. And they just seem to be pulling them out of what? Thin air. But yet, when they talk to us, there is no money. Right? The country is broke. So let's go ahead and get into this video real quick, y'all, because we will be diving into this from, again, our favorite, Ben Masilas. He breaks it down so well. So let me go ahead and get this video pulled up. It's not too long. Let me see. I think we can get through this. What we got here. Yeah, it's 13 minutes. So what you think, Imani? Should we just play it all the way from beginning to end, or you want to split it half and half?
Yeah, no, we'll play it all the way and then we'll do the commentary at the end. That's fine.
Yeah, we gotta get through because we had 3 hours now, so we gotta push.
I know this
Okay.
this is our last political, well, kind of our last, unless there's an emergency, political roundup for the week. So it's
Right.
gonna be a long one.
Oh, yeah.
Replay gang, like, share, and subscribe.
This is our political finale for the week. Okay, so we're giving it all to y'all. So yeah, this one's running a little longer, but let's get into it. We'll meet you in the chat.
For the past 48 hours, no one has seen him. And as he has gone missing, he is now preparing to. Donald Trump has gone missing for the past 48 hours. No one has seen him. And as he has gone missing, he is now preparing to give Iran $300 billion as part of the United States surrender. Of course, the Trump regime isn't framing it that way, but that's what's going down. The Trump regime is saying, we're going to give $300 billion to a Middle East investment fund. But what that money really is reparations for Iran. It's one of Iran's demands. That $300 billion is in addition to the $24 billion of assets that Iran is also demanding be unfrozen immediately. Where the hell is Donald Trump? Someone who is constantly out there talking to the press, lying daily, has not been seen for 48 hours. At the same time, he went to Walter Reed this week. At the same time, Pam Bondi, his former attorney general, refused to answer any questions about Donald Trump when asked during this House Oversight deposition, which she refused to take under oath, and she refused to be filmed on camera. When she did mention Donald Trump, she said she doesn't know about Donald Trump's past and whether he had friendships or connections with Epstein. So that kind of threw him under the bus. But Donald Trump, nowhere to be found. Trump, nowhere to be found. At the same time, a federal judge moments ago issued a ruling to remove Donald Trump's name from the Kennedy Center and to stop all of Donald Trump's destruction of the Kennedy Center. Donald Trump is missing in action. Where is Donald Trump? At the same time, another federal judge blocked Donald Trump's weaponization, $1.8 billion slush fund for January 6th insurrectionists. That has been blocked, and Donald Trump has gone missing. Let's break down what is going on. The White House claimed that there was a 2-hour Situation Room meeting that took place, but apparently Donald Trump has made no decision in this Situation Room. He was just sitting there, probably falling asleep if he was even there at all. I showed you footage yesterday of Treasury Secretary Bessent, who was in the White House, and he claimed that he hadn't seen Donald Trump as of yesterday. You have the Trump regime leaking, as they usually do, to Barack Ravid and Axios. A deal was supposed to happen this morning. I kid you not. Barack Ravid of Axios does it again. It's daily market manipulation. In my opinion, it's what it is. You're entitled to your own opinion. And Ravid denies that he's directly involved. Regardless, we see that the impact and the consequence is that of manipulation, in my view. Ravid goes, breaking, Trump signals he's about to approve Iran deal. And I'll show you what Donald Trump posted in a moment, which did not signal that at all. But Donald Trump hasn't made any public appearances at all. And here's what we learned. One of the newest and most surprising elements, not surprising to me, of the Iran draft deal is a proposed investment fund for Iran. $300 billion cash money for Iran. And Iran says, look, this is reparations for war damage, which we estimate is between $300 billion to $1 trillion. So the U.S. side of it, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, they said this is an investment fund and we want to help facilitate real estate deals. And they believe this softer framing will help Donald Trump save face when Donald Trump surrenders. And so Kushner and Witkoff, who have personal dealings with the Middle East to the tune of billions of dollars, right? I mean, Kushner's fund, they're now saying we're going to do an investment fund to funnel money to Iran. And so Donald Trump then posted this morning, again, he's MIA. No one knows where the hell he is. Here's what he posts on social media. Iran must agree that they will never have a nuclear weapon or bomb. The Hormuz Strait must immediately open. No tolls for unrestricted shipping traffic in both directions. All water mines, bombs, if any, will be terminated. We have removed through detonation numerous such mines with our great underwater minesweepers. By the way, that's not true. Ships caught in the strait due to our amazing, unprecedented naval blockade, which will now be lifted, may start the process of heading home. So that was a line that Iran wanted him to post to show submission, that Donald Trump says our naval blockade, which will now be lifted. But notice how Donald Trump tries to embed it in a longer sentence, which Iran didn't appreciate as all. Then Donald Trump says, to all of these ships, have your captains and shipmates say hello to your wives, husbands, parents, and families for me. Your favorite president. He goes on to say that nuclear dust, which is buried deep underground with virtually collapsed mountains, will be unearthed by the U.S. And then he goes on to say it will be destroyed. Then Trump goes, no money will be exchanged until further notice. Notice the line, until further notice. So right now, then further notice, it will be exchanged. That's how Donald Trump tries to engage in all of this fraud with the wordplay. He thinks he's being sneaky, but then Iran responds as follows. One of their top national security leaders, Ibrahim Azizi, who we've been following, he goes, Trump should understand Iran, as the victor on the ground, sets the term. Cash for cash, credit for credit, nothing for nothing. And that applies only to issues actually under negotiation, not to his fantasies. MB Ghalibaf, Iran's parliament leader and lead negotiator, writes, 1, we seize concessions not through dialogue, but with missiles. In negotiations, we merely make them understand. We have no trust in guarantees or words. Only actions are the measure. No action will be taken before the other side acts. The winner of any agreement is the one who is better prepared for war from the day after. And Ghalibaf is saying, Iran is ready for war. Are you ready for war, Donald? Because you seem to have disappeared over the past 48 hours to try to find some way to save face when not only are you about to give $24 billion in unfrozen assets, but $300 billion as well in an investment fund. And Iran, through its Fars news agency, here's what they had to say about that Trump Truth Social post and demand that they said. They go, look, that demand is the complete opposite of what's in draft text. And they say, we're not opening Hormuz without tolls, or we're not removing mines or dismantling nuclear materials unless and until you make an immediate payment, cash money right away. $12 billion to show your submission, another $12 billion to follow, then the $300 billion investment fund. So Trump runs to the Situation Room, apparently, though nobody's seen him. Just think about that. 3 days nobody sees this guy, basically, to make a final determination. Then he goes on to basically say, I haven't been able to make a decision yet. But then he reposts this from something called Tablet Mag that nobody's heard of. Who wants this war? Answer, winners like Trump. That's epic fury. Revising in fire and steel. 47 years of American defeat at the hands of an anti-American regime that no U.S. president dared challenge until Trump. Me in Tablet Magazine. And Donald Trump reposts that. Like, you realize we all know that you lost. You said you were going to do X, Y, and Z, and you got none of it. No regime change, as you said. No complete demolition of Iranian nuclear material. You didn't knock out all of their ballistic missiles and drones. They're stronger and more entrenched than ever. That's the reality. Look, after you threatened to blow Oman to smithereens, a country that's known for its diplomacy in the region, you go after Oman. Here's what Foreign Minister Araghchi of Iran posted. Today, this morning, in very productive call with Foreign Minister of Oman, we expressed Iran's solidarity with Oman in the face of any threat. We discussed Hormuz and its future administration in line with our sovereign responsibilities and international law. We welcome consultation with all neighboring states. Meanwhile, in Lebanon, where you have Israeli military operations extending past the Litani River, Israel escalating its attacks within Beirut, within Tyre or Sur, if you're Arabic. Israel knows that for Iran, a ceasefire that includes Hezbollah, that includes Lebanon, and Hezbollah in Lebanon is one of the security guarantees that Trump has to agree to for this overall peace deal. And so Israel is escalating the attacks on Lebanon right now. Ali Hashem, well-sourced in the region as a reporter. Here's what he says. A well-informed source told me that Trump's Truth Social post about lifting the blockade was, in fact, the first condition before moving to the next steps of the understanding. According to the source, the Iranian side insisted on a formal public announcement first. Trump appears to have framed it as a secondary issue, while Tehran sees it as a key confidence-building measure before entering the more sensitive files. So far, there has been no direct discussion of the nuclear file itself. The process is expected to move gradually through an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, where every step will be matched by a reciprocal step. The same sources say a ceasefire announcement between Hezbollah and Israel is also expected as part of the broader framework currently taking shape, which would be a complete defeat in Netanyahu's mind for Netanyahu. And so that's why Netanyahu now is continuing to escalate. Now, Donald Trump, MIA, nowhere to be found, as I noted at the outset of the video, while two critical federal rulings gutting Donald Trump this morning. One, get your name off the Kennedy Center, judge ruled moments ago. And then separately, another order blocking any so-called weaponization fund, blocking the slush fund of $1.8 billion until further notice. And then Pam Bondi's testimony or statements, speech, if you will, because she refused to go under oath about the Epstein file. She mostly refused to answer questions about Donald Trump's connections with Epstein. She was represented by a Justice Department lawyer who was apparently claiming the lawyer was in her personal capacity, Harmeet Dillon. And Pam Bondi was out there. The one thing that she did say about Trump is, I don't really know what his relationship was like with Epstein. I can't answer that. I know he didn't have one. And so it does seem like there is a bit of a breakage in that connection between Bondi and Trump right there. So we'll keep you posted when this guy surfaces, but 48 hours, MIA. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers together. Thanks for watching.
All right, y'all. So we just played that from beginning to end because it wasn't that long of a video. Imani, I'll go ahead and let you take the lead on this one. What are some of your thoughts, feelings, and opinions about this show?
Right. I won't talk about the stuff that's already been discussed, which is the Epstein files and the weaponization fund, because that's just here. I just want to talk about this proposed Iran deal, because I'm not saying that he shouldn't actually agree to it. I'm saying that he shouldn't even be in this war in the first place, which is why he's in a situation where Iran, if he agrees to this, are about to give birth to him. They're about to son him in a big way, because what they're actually proposing is the release of 24 billion in frozen assets that have been frozen since the blockade on Iran, which happened way back. And basically, the fund that they're proposing is $300 billion. Now, just let that resonate, because once again, that is taxpayer money that didn't need to be spent if he wasn't in this war. Another 300 billion of your funds that don't get spent on Americans that need it. Okay, whilst gas prices are rising, while inflation is rising, while people cannot afford what they need to pay for. This is absolutely outrageous. And it's basically a surrender payment. And the thing is, they're trying to rebrand this arrangement as economic investment rather than compensation. We all know what it is. It's you trying to do a quiet surrender without actually admitting that you're surrendering. He's also got a federal court ruling to take his name off the Kennedy Center. You know, he tries to project strength, but every corner he turns, he has to succumb to his weakness and his lack of understanding about global politics, about how things work. The thing about it is, his people can sing whatever they want to, but he does not have a choice because he's under pressure. He's pressure on multiple fronts. And whilst he is, Mr. Netanyahu is running wild, trying to jeopardize any deal he's trying to make, because this is really about other things other than Iran and nuclear weapons. And so really the takeaway is he's facing legal, political, and international pressure all at once. And he's basically done a disappearing act. But he is not winning this argument. And I hope he does make a deal, because he shouldn't be in this war in the first place. And that's it. That's all from me.
I think you broke that down excellently, and like you basically said, we should not be in this war at all. He started it, not you. He started this mess all because, he wants to leverage himself and thinks as though he's the grandest and the biggest and the best in power, and gets what he wants, because he's just a narcissist, if you ask me. And now everybody has to suffer. So basically they giving him the 1-2 punch, like, okay, if this how you want to play it, let me show you how we play. And now the ball is in their court and he can't handle it. So you want to run off, you want to hide, you want to act like a coward, which is really, in my personal opinion, what you are anyway. But you didn't think anybody was going to fight back. You didn't know. That's what I'm saying. We've said this before. You can't hit somebody and tell them how hard to hit you back. You want to start a beef or a fight with somebody? Okay, you'll see. People are not just gonna sit there and lay down and take it. You wanna get bucked, they'll get bucked back with you. You know what I mean? So that's what I think it is, all in a, to sum it up. It's unfortunate because it's affecting the people, and that's the thing that I hate about it. And we have no choice. You know what I'm saying? Like, the people have no choice in any of this because of these decisions that's being made. We just innocent bystanders that have to just deal with it and what comes from it all. So, you know.
Can I just say, we're gonna do a couple of videos about Al Green, and we're gonna come back and do part 2 and finish this off tomorrow morning early because it's getting late and we are quite tired. So we'll just finish up with the Al Green stuff, and the rest of it we will complete tomorrow in a part 2 because we did start late today and it is
Yeah.
late.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea because it's about 9 p.m. here, so I can only imagine how late it is, for you there. So yeah, we can do that. That sounds good. The Al Green videos are very short. Let's go ahead and talk about it, y'all. If you haven't heard about it yet or you don't know what's going on, let me give you a quick synopsis of what the updates are and the changes are going to be. So if anybody's familiar with Senator Al Green, he's one of my favorites and, Mama's favorites as well. But, sometimes things have to shift and change. So Texas primary shockwave, okay? Menefee, if I'm saying that right, or Menefee, has defeated Al Green. I hate to say it like that as it's a defeat, but you know what it is. The massive political changing of the guard in Houston's newly redrawn 18th congressional district. So due to mid-decade redistricting in Texas, veteran Representative Al Green, who has been serving since 2005, and freshman Representative Christian Menefee were forced into the exact same deep blue congressional seat. Basically, they had to go up against each other. And the congressional shift in the primary runoff, Menefee secured a staggering victory, defeating Green with nearly 69% of the vote to claim the redrawn seat. Now, we have to honor legacies and integrity. So we pay our respects to Senator Al Green's fierce legacy of standing up for his community for decades. While we can be open to examine what Menefee's rise represents for a younger generation of leadership demanding a seat at the table. So we're not going to necessarily say this could be a bad thing. Sometimes things shift and, sometimes younger candidates or whatnot may need to come in, and it can make a huge change, for the better when it comes to, representation. But let's go ahead and look at some of the stats real quick as far as the run. That's the first video I'm gonna play for y'all. And then we'll get to know the new representative, Christian Menefee. And I really hope I'm saying his name right. We'll get to know him a little bit because I have another video where he's speaking and being interviewed after his win. And so let's see a little bit about both of those. Let me get the first video up here, y'all. Let's see. Okay, got it. And then we'll talk about that a little bit, and then we'll meet y'all in the chat.
And we're back with some breaking news. A race now called in the Texas primary. Democratic Representative Al Green, unseated by Representative Christian Menefee in a Texas primary. Let's get straight over to Steve Kornacki. Steve, this just came in?
Yeah, Gotti, I think the scale of this one is really surprising here because, again, we're talking about runoffs, meaning, these are two candidates who faced off back in March in a preliminary election. There were multiple candidates then. Nobody got 50%. It was very close in the preliminary between Menefee and Green. Green, the longtime incumbent. Menefee just elected in a special election to a different seat a few months ago. But wow, what a difference a few months make here in this runoff election. Menefee now is absolutely kind of pouring it on over Green. And in particular, what's happened in this district is right around Houston and the big suburbs just south of Houston in Fort Bend County. And what's happening is Fort Bend County is the political base of Al Green. In that preliminary, he did great there, made him competitive district-wide. The floor has just fallen out for him in his own political base tonight in Fort Bend County. He's getting clobbered there. Menefee is also doing quite well in his own base in Harris County around Houston, and that translates into a more than 2-to-1 lead here for Menefee district-wide, and a declaration from our decision desk that he will win. This is a battle of two incumbents. Again, Green has been there for decades. Menefee was elected to a different seat in a special election just a few months ago in that redistricting sort of war in Texas. They merged those two districts into one, and Menefee survives in this battle of incumbents.
Wow, great. Thank you so much for that update, and we'll be checking back with you in just a bit. Steve Kornacki, thanks.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
All right, y'all. So that was just a little bit of stats and numbers as far as the win and the run. So now let's go ahead and hear a little bit from Christian Menefee and get to know him a little bit as far as, you know, what he stands for, how he, you know, wants to run in the state or whatnot. I feel like we need to hear people out, get to know them, and give them a chance. And sometimes change is not bad. So, you know, when these type of things happen, I think it's our due diligence to go ahead and get to know the, you know, the representative, find out a little bit about them. And we will be doing some more research as well. I don't live in Texas, but it's okay to know all of our representatives and what they stand for, what they represent, and who they are. So let's hear a little bit on this video where he's being interviewed right after the win here. And it gives us a little bit more information about who he is and how he feels about his win. So let's go ahead and get into that. We'll be right back.
Texas Democratic Congressman Christian Menefee joins me now after his primary victory over congressional Democrat Al Green. The two faced off because the state's Republicans, the legislature and governor, redrew the state's congressional map at the behest of President Trump, setting off a nationwide chain reaction of redistricting. Congressman, congratulations on your victory. Let me ask you this. As someone who's now defeated Congressman Al Green, who had a long history in Congress, what part of his legacy in politics will you take with you, and what parts, with respect, will you put on the shelf?
I'm going to take with me his spirit of protest. Congressman Al Green is an icon. Became an institution in the halls of Congress for being willing to speak truth to the powerful directly to their face, including standing up at the State of the Union and letting President Trump know that he does not have a mandate. I spent my time in my previous job as county attorney for the largest county in Texas, fighting back against powerful Republicans like Texas Governor Greg Abbott, Attorney General Ken Paxton, and even the Trump administration itself, and beating them in court to ensure that we have healthcare, to make sure we have voting rights, and to ensure that every single community has clean air and clean water. I'm going to take that fight with me through the halls of Congress. I have learned a lot from Congressman Green, and I look forward to carrying that legacy forward. And I'm serving alongside him right now, so maybe I'll find something that I decide I want to leave behind. But for now, I'll just say that Congressman Green has been an absolute institution in our communities, and it's going to be an honor to serve after him in the parts of the 18th Congressional District that I don't currently represent.
One of the things that Congressman Green is known for here in Washington is filing numerous articles of impeachment against President Trump in his first term and in his second term. Is that something you will do and you ascribe to?
If I come for the king, I'm not going to miss. So I plan to be heavily involved in each and every investigation that goes into the Trump administration when Democrats take the House back in November, because I want to be clear, we are going to win the House back in November. And then you're going to see committees like the Oversight Committee, the Judiciary Committee, start to dig into this rank corruption that we've seen from the president enriching himself and his family. And if we have the evidence, then I would be more than willing to move forward with impeachment articles. But as a lawyer, as someone who served as the county attorney in Harris County, who's used to building these cases and beating the powerful in court time and time again, if I come for President Trump, it's because I believe the evidence shows that we have him, and that's when I would file an impeachment resolution.
You just name-checked Ken Paxton. He won the Senate Republican primary last night. You have sparred with him legally before. How formidable or not formidable do you consider him as a Texas-wide candidate, as a U.S. Senate representative or nominee for the Republican Party?
It's a stain on the state of Texas that Ken Paxton was nominated last night to be the Republican nominee for the United States Senate. This is someone who engaged in rank corruption when he was the Attorney General of the state of Texas, someone who time and time again has been shown that he cannot be trusted by the voters in Texas. And right now we have a strong candidate on the Democratic side, State Representative James Tellerico, someone who's going to be leading our party forward across the state. So I look forward to Democrats across the state making the case as to why Ken Paxton should not be the next United States Senator. I certainly don't believe he was a stronger candidate than John Cornyn. It was someone who has enjoyed support from both sides of the aisle, who was able to get stuff done, even with my predecessor, the late Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, when they made Juneteenth a national holiday. You can't say those kinds of things about Ken Paxton, and the voters are going to find out throughout the rest of the year.
You know as well as I do that veteran reporters like myself in Washington have been told for many an election cycle, this one will be different in Texas. Told that by Democrats. Countless Democrats have whispered that in my ear, pounded on the table, et cetera, et cetera. I've grown a little weary of that pronouncement. Why should this year be any different?
I will tell you, as someone who's relatively new to politics, I have never drank the Kool-Aid. I've never been the Democrat who cycle after cycle is saying, this is the one, this is our go. But if you look at what happened in 2018 with Beto O'Rourke, being able to have the success that he had against Ted Cruz, it's because he built an organic grassroots campaign. But it was also because we had an extremely unpopular President Trump in term one, who was doing all he can to lose the faith of the American people. We have that same president in office now. But the difference is he's engaged in a war that nobody asked for, where U.S. service persons have passed away. He's engaged in a war that has made gasoline more expensive. He's put tariffs unilaterally that have ensured that people's prices of their necessities and groceries are more expensive. The president is incredibly unpopular. And at the same time, we have a candidate in Texas who is grassroots supported, who is supported by independents, who's supported by people all across the political spectrums. And I think this is our year. But we also have a growing bench of Democrats who are going to help turn out the vote across this state. I just finished speaking with the Democratic nominee for Harris County Executive and the Democratic nominee for Fort Bend County Executive. These are two young, dynamic people who are going to turn out folks across their counties to ensure that we flip this state. So yes, this is not the year. I'm not just selling you the Kool-Aid because I typically don't drink it. This is the year where Democrats are going to shake things up in the state of Texas. And with Ken Paxton, you have one of the least popular nominees in recent history. So this is the year to do it.
Before I let you go, Congressman Menefee, what effect on the ground do you believe the redistricting effort in Texas will have this cycle?
It has had a huge effect already. Folks across our communities were pissed that two leaders were pitted against each other because of the collapsing of Black and brown representation from two districts into one district. I believe that people all throughout the state of Texas are going to rise up and make their voices heard. But it was also what happened in the 18th district, where the governor delayed our election after the passing of the late Congressman Sylvester Turner and made us go nearly a year without a voice in Congress. People are upset, and they lay all of the responsibility at the feet of Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Republicans are going to have to answer for the conduct of President Trump, for the conduct of Governor Greg Abbott, and now for the conduct of their Senate nominee in Ken Paxton. And I think all of that is going to cause us to have record turnout on the Democratic side and see success in November.
Congressman Christian Menefee, I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. So that was just a little conversation there, that we were able to hear and get to know, a little bit more about, Christian Menefee. But I do have some notes or whatnot that I jotted down as well, just so we can do our research, y'all. We need to do our research when it comes to representatives. So anybody out there in the state of Texas, hopefully you've done your research, especially if you're in the 18th congressional district. When it comes to Christian Menefee, let's get into a little bit of who he is and some of the background. So basically, as we just heard, on May 26th, right, of this year, 2026, Tuesday. Yes, he did win, and now he has taken over the seat that Representative Al Green used to hold. He is 38 years old, and he is a freshman, just like he said. He's pretty much new to politics, but he did win in a landslide victory over 78-year-old, which is 20-year incumbent Representative Al Green. So Al Green has been in this game and in position for a long period of time, 20 years, representing Texas and doing an excellent job, in my personal opinion. So Al Green in the Democratic primary runoff, like I said, Texas 18th Congressional District, they've now swapped out. But let's just talk about why they were even, up against one another. So the high-profile clash was forced entirely by Republican-led mid-decade redistricting. And we know, like we've been talking about, the gerrymandering, the map changes, and all of those things. So this is literally what can sometimes come from that. For good purposes or bad purposes, it shifts things around, right? So due to the redistricting, okay, they happen to go up or be up against one another. The Texas legislature merged parts of Green's historical 9th district into the deep blue 18th district. Rather than retiring, both incumbent Democrats were placed in the same boundaries, forcing a generational face-off, okay? Now, here's something that's interesting that I looked up that may be important to some or maybe not. Now, one of the difference makers when it comes to the newer generation and how times change and where we are right now. While both candidates are staunch critics of Donald Trump, let's be very clear, they don't care for, his administration, him, how he's running, how he's doing things. They both agree on that. But one of the things that it seems as though we have when it comes to Christian Menefee is cryptocurrency has emerged as a major wedge issue. So Senator Al Green is very vocal skeptic who holds a F rating from the Stand with Crypto, right? So he's against it. Now, Menefee embraced blockchain technology, which prompted the pro-crypto super PAC Protect Progress, an affiliate of Fairshake, to pump millions of dollars into the race to back Menefee and, basically defeat Green. Now, is that a bad thing or a good thing? We can't be sure, but we know that things are moving forward and things are changing. And we know that cryptocurrency and crypto and all of that is a big deal. It's a big thing. And we know that comes from, yes, the younger generation. The older generation ain't into that. They probably still got silver dollars, and that's okay. Things move forward, right? But let's get into a little bit of the background about Menefee. So he was born in 1988. He's a first-generation college graduate who earned his law degree from Washington University in St. Louis in 2020. He made history by becoming the youngest person and the first African-American ever elected as the Harris County attorney. His short stint in Congress, Menefee has only been in Washington since February 2026. So like he said, he's a newbie. He already is open about that. He won a special election in January to fill the remainder of the term of late Representative Sylvester Turner, the former Houston mayor who passed away, unfortunately, rest in peace, in March 2025, just weeks into his first term after succeeding Sheila Jackson Lee. All right. So basically, when it comes to Menefee, what he stands for, generational change. His platform heavily leaned into a desire for younger leadership in deep blue strongholds following the consecutive unalivings of the district's previous veteran representatives. Modernizing finance and tech. He explicitly champions the potential of blockchain and cryptocurrency to drive trust, transparency, and supply chain efficiency, and aggressive advocacy. He carried over his record from his county attorney days of using civil litigation to protect voting access, civil rights, and environmental safety regulations. So that's just a little bit of information and background, y'all, about Christian. So Imani, I know you've done some research as well. Would you like to go ahead and share some of the things that you like to talk about when it comes to this switch, or what you may have looked up about Christian?
Yeah, sorry. Well, the first thing that we need to talk about is, the redistricting, which has created this competition. And obviously, Al Green, being a veteran and has represented his district for decades, and he's a well known figure in the national democratic politics scene. Now, what's important about this story? Earlier in the year, the first round, and remember, guys, you need to understand this is the primary. This is the primary for the midterms in November. So
Right.
it's the primary for the midterms in November. So earlier in the year, the first round of voting was very close, and neither candidate had secured enough support to win outright, which forced a runoff. And this is what this was. It was the runoff. Surprisingly, Christian Menefee surged ahead. And one of the most surprising developments that happened was in Fort Bend County, which has long been considered Al Green's political stronghold. Traditionally, that's where Al Green built most of his support. But in this runoff, voters there shifted towards Menefee.
Okay.
Now, when you combine this with Harris County, it was a decisive victory. And the thing is, in this case, the newer face prevailed. Obviously, as Golden's already said, this was down to redistricting, which forced this runoff and the competition between these two very strong candidates. But what this signifies, they wanted change, and they wanted change in a big way. So after decades and a great service in Congress, Christian Menefee moves forward, and it's a big upset in these primaries. Now, then obviously we heard from Christian Menefee. Now the key thing is, if you look at politically who have made very big strides in politics, that's not only in the UK, not only in the US, in the UK, in fact worldwide, are lawyers. The Obamas' lawyers, the Clintons' lawyers, the Blairs' were lawyers. Okay, you can look at their history and you can critique a lot of things, but a lot of lawyers make very. And who do we have in the governor in Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro? You've got Kamala Harris, another lawyer. These people make very strong candidates in politics in general. So he is someone,
No.
that I think people need to watch out for. Watch out for this guy's rise. Christian, he is not afraid to critique Trump. He's actually said he would support impeachment. He's talking about the corruption. He's already out there talking his game. So he is one to watch for. He's a progressive as well. So, I think, it is time in some cases, not all cases, for the new blood to move forward. I think Al Green will be behind the scenes helping to bring forth new candidates. But, it's the redistricting that has caused this. They only win when they cheat. But I think they're going to get a surprise about how they won't necessarily win. The other thing that is really a shame is that Ken Paxton is actually going to be the nominee for Senate. But however, he's still got the race to get through. So, there's no need to cry. And that man has got more corruption than Trump on his plate. to be quite honest with you. I think they're probably on par with the corruption stuff that's been going on.
Right.
But, you know, his message was really straightforward. This is Menefee I'm talking about. He wants
Yeah.
voters to see him as a new generation of democratic leadership, someone willing to challenge powerful figures while continuing some of the activist spirit that Al Green and others started and made him a well-known figure in Congress. So he's presenting himself as the successor, and he paid a lot of respect to Al Green, and that's what I thought I wanted to see, that he didn't just dismiss the history that has come before him. He paid a lot of respect to his legacy, and but he's a new political voice who believes in change, and he's looking at voter turnout and grassroots organizing that could reshape Texas. And if we have people like him, if we have people like Jasmine Crockett working behind the scenes, there's going to be a heck of change, which is why when I was talking about Peter Thiel, rather than going to another state where he thinks his taxes will be, you know, more favorable, he decides to go to Argentina because Texas is not a slam dunk, Republicans. Watch
Right.
this space. And finally, I'm going to do a little roundup because we're going to come back and do a brief completion of this tomorrow. I just wanted to talk about politics in general. Politics, it can feel like noise. In fact, most of the stuff that's going on everywhere is just a lot of noise, and it can feel like constant pressure and, you know, competing and opposing narratives and a never-ending debate. But underneath it all, the real story is people still trying to get through their week, pay their bills, access care, and build stability. Systems can change slowly, but your attention matters, and accountability builds in increments, not in moments. It's going to happen slowly. And the thing is, even in periods where things feel stuck, they feel hopeless, the public voice, that's you, still shapes the
Right.
direction. So every conversation, every vote, every question asked in public spaces, in your living room, your kitchen table, when you're out there talking to friends, neighbors, and even the stranger in the store, that will add weight to get things to move. Yeah. Stay informed, stay grounded, and don't confuse political noise with your permanent reality, because it never is. And that goes for some of the crap that's going on elsewhere. And I don't really want to go into it because I don't think it deserves the time, because I think
Right.
this stuff is far
More
more
important.
important to focus
Absolutely.
on. And
Yeah.
that's it. For me, that's all. If you don't hear our part 2 roundup, have a wonderful weekend. Stay blessed. And remember, you're too blessed to be stressed.
Right.
Have a great
I
weekend.
love that.
Love
That is
you
beautiful.
all, and I will see you soon.
Okay. Thank you so much, Imani. It has been such an excellent time. Always is when we are co-hosting together and spending our time together here, girl. Just talking about our favorite stuff, politics. But yeah, I did just want to say a few
I'm
final
sorry,
words.
can I just say it's not politics, it's politics.
Politics. I like that. That's a good one. That is a good one. But they ain't tricking us, bro. We we have our eyes wide open and our minds to the matter. And so they ain't getting over on us. But I just wanted to say a few final thoughts before we go ahead and wrap it up. And give a few more details as well about this shift and this change. You know, when it comes to Senator Al Green and now new Senator Christian Menefee. What I wanted to say is sometimes when it comes to change and shift and passing on the baton, you know, some people are very, egotistical. They feel negative about somebody maybe taking their spot or getting a win over. This didn't happen that way, y'all. So let me tell you. So like we heard basically from Menefee, excuse me, this is some quotes that both candidates have made, Menefee and Al Green, right? So Menefee said, "Tonight belongs to the people of the district. You have shown up over and over, and every single time you have chosen to fight for a better future for our communities. I do not take that for granted for 1 second. This is your victory, and I will spend every day in Washington making sure it means something." And we must remember that at the end of the day as well. Yes, we know that there's redistricting and the gerrymandering, but at the end of the day, the people's votes and their voice is what makes the difference and what counts. Now, Al Green, he was also very gracious, and he said this is a concession and a new chapter, right? So despite the heavy defeat, Green kept a smile on his face at his election night event, expressing deep pride in his legacy. He said, and I quote, "I am so honored to have served for these many years, more than 20, and I'm honored to have done some things that I'm very proud of. You probably see me smiling, and it's because this is not the end. This is just the beginning of a new chapter." And I think when it comes to that, we have to remember, that these type of things shift around all the time. But people can lead with having gratitude and being very, proud of what they previously done and the time that they put in, and not jealous or envious of the next young person coming up or the next person, period, coming up, And I think that's something that we should pay more attention to in any field or area that we're in, right? Even when it's down to the musicians and stuff like that, child of rappers and all of that. If you see a young rapper coming up and trying to make it and stuff like that, and now it's time for them to take their place, you don't have to hate them. You don't have to be mean and ugly and nasty. You could just pass it on the baton with grace. And what Al Green and Menefee showed in their transition here was that same type of grace and pride of passing the baton on. And we need to learn how to do that more. So I love that both individuals, it was very gracious how everything's happened. And I know some people, when you like your favorite representative and stuff, you may be feeling some type of way. But, times change and time goes on. And sometimes the baton has to get passed. Sometimes it may be set up that way. Sometimes it's something you can't control. But the grace that you show when changes are placed at your front door or at your doorstep, that's what I think really, represents who you are as a person. And because both men was able to do that so graciously, I think we got a good situation going on here. And I don't think for one moment that Senator Al Green will not be speaking with Menefee, this young man or whatnot, and they will, have conversations and stuff together and still lead Texas District 18 in the right direction. So I just wanted to say a little bit of that for hope, and positivity. We have to incorporate more of that, in anything and everything that we do in our lives. And that's all I had to say on that. Imani, you have some final thoughts before we wrap up?
Yeah, I've only got one final request. Before you play the final bop, can you play that Tupac video and then play the final bop, and then we end it? We won't come back. We're going to say good night, but we think that's a good way to end it. Yeah? Is that okay?
Yes, of course. Yeah, of
Play
course.
the Tupac
Let me get
video.
it.
Yeah?
Yeah, sure. Let me put it back up on the
Yeah, we're going to end it now. We won't see you. We'll say good night now. We're going to play the Tupac video, and then we're going to play the final bop, and we're out of here. And we love you, and good night.
Yes, I love that. We really do. And thank you all for your support and your time. It means a lot to us. We know time sometimes is very short, and people don't have very much of it to spare. But anytime that you're able to spare and come over and listen to us and spend some time with us, we want you to know how much we appreciate that. And we enjoy having you. So come back anytime. But yeah, let's go ahead and play a little bit of Tupac's words here. And we got to remember, this was 1992. What a progressive. He was really dynamic. I'm telling you, I'm so sorry that he's no longer with us, but he's doing some great things where he's at. I know that. But let's go ahead and get into this video before we play our ending bop. And this is Tupac having a conversation, an interview with MTV News. And he speaks on Donald Trump and the greed in America. And this was back in 1992. And we see the same thing now. So let's go ahead and get into it real quick. Y'all play this one more time, and then we'll do our song and we'll be out.
This world is such a, and when I say this world, I mean it. I don't mean in an ideal sense. I mean in every day, every little thing you do. It's such a, gimme, gimme, gimme. Everybody back off. You know, everybody's like, you taught that from school, everywhere. Big business. You want to be successful? You want to be like Trump? Gimme, gimme, gimme. Push, 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 push. Step, step, step. Crush, crush, crush. That's how it all is. And it's like, nobody ever stopped. Just, you know, I feel like instead of us just being like, slavery's bad, slavery's there, bad whitey, bad whitey. I mean, all right, let's stop that. And everybody's smart enough to know that, I mean, we've been slighted and we want ours. And I don't mean by like ours, 40 acres and a mule, because we're past that. But we need help. I mean, for us to be on our own 2 feet, us meaning youth or us meaning black people, whatever you want to take it for us to be on our own 2 feet, we do need help because we have been here. We have been a good friend. If you want to make it a relationship type thing, we have been there, and now we deserve our payback. It's like you got a friend that you don't never look out for. You know, you dressed up in jewels. Now America's got jewels, and they paid and everything, and they lending money to everybody except us. And it's like, you know, everybody need a little help on their way to being, you know, self-reliant. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing about the album, about the Special Olympics. Everybody need a little something, and they to be independent. No independent person just grew up and was born independent. You worked and you learned teamwork and you learned cooperation and unity and struggle, and then you became independent. And we have to teach that and instill that. And why is it that they want to do that? I mean, if this is truly a melting pot in the country where we care about it, and Lady Liberty got a hand like this, she really loves us, then we really need to be like that. And it needs to be the black kids. If there's a white person who got money, then you need to help them. He need to help black kids, Mexican kids, Korean kids, whatever. But it needs to be real. And it need to be before we all die. And then you say, oh, I made a mistake. We should have gave them some money. We really should have helped these folks. It's going to be too late. You know what I'm saying? And then that's when you got to pay your own karma. And that's when God make you punish. When God punishes you. Because I feel like, you know, it's too much money here. I mean, nobody should be hitting lotto for 36 million and we got people starving in the streets. That is not idealistic. That's just real. That is just stupid. There's no way Michael Jackson should have, or whoever Jackson, should have $1,000,000 billion and then there's people starving. There's no way. There's no way that these people should own planes and their people don't have houses, apartments, shacks, drawers, pants.
Say people that say, well, they earned it. Now you go out and you're earned it.
If they earned it, then I think that that's good. And I think that they deserve it. But even if you earned it, you still owe. Because look at me, I don't have that mega money, but I feel guilty walking by somebody. I got to give them some mail. And if I know I got $3,000 in my pocket, I feel like it's wrong to give that person a quarter or $1. It's wrong. Only you know what you got in your pocket. And that's wrong. No matter what they do, if they take it and drink it, they take it and drink it. But I mean, you got. You understand? And we all know how hard it is, and it's not about if you good or you bad. So since it's not about if you good or you bad, we know that because he don't got, don't mean he was bad, or don't mean he's a criminal, or don't mean he's crazy, or a drug addict, or none of that. It just means he don't got. And ain't it bad that you got 30? I mean, can you imagine somebody having $32 million? $32 million, and this person has nothing, and you can sleep. You can still go to the movies about, I mean, and then these are the type of people that get humanitarian awards. Millionaires. How can they be humanitarians? By the fact that they millionaires and there's so many poor people shows how unhumane they are. You know what I'm saying? And that bugs me. Not saying that when I'm never going to be rich, and you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying it's a struggle, and I think everybody deserves. And I think there's a way to pay these people. I think there is a way. It just takes to be revolutionary, and it takes to do something out of the ordinary. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that if we just said, okay, I got an idea. No more porno buildings. You know what I'm saying? Let's build houses. Or no more polo games. Let's build houses for poor people. You know what I'm saying? Or look, okay, I know you're rich. I know you got $40 billion, but can you just keep it to one house? You only need one house. And if you only got 2 kids, can you just keep it to 2 rooms? I mean, why have 52 rooms and you know there's somebody with no room? It just don't make sense to me. It don't. And then these people celebrate Christmas. They got big trees, huge trees, all the little trimmings. Everybody got gifts, and it's somebody starving. And they're having a white Christmas. They're having a great Christmas, eggnog and the whole nine. That's not fair to me.
I'm telling y'all, that was powerful. Powerful. And I agree with each and every word. I really, really do. And I think if we all start to see stuff the same way, you know, maybe we can make the world a better place. Maybe we can have a grand collective. Who's to say? But we got to give it a shot. We got to try. We got to do something a little bit different. The way we've been doing it, we keep getting the same results. But anyway, thank y'all so much for joining us again. Really appreciate each and every one of you. We're going to go ahead and end it with about per usual. And I will talk to y'all tomorrow. It'll be Saturday. So we'll be doing some more lighthearted stuff, you know, something a little bit more fun. We'll get away from the politics until about Monday, you know. But thank y'all so much. I hope everyone has a great rest of the morning, afternoon, evening, or night, and whatever respectful time zone you're in. I hope it is great for you and your family and your friends. You have a good time. You're healthy. You're blessed. You're fed. All of the good things, you know. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and get into this song, and I'll talk to y'all on the next one. Golden out. Bye.
It's a collective thing, you know. High freaks. We just rising. Watch the elevation.
To look for God in the clouds, had my head down. Now I see the kingdom in the people, it's a spread now. Love is a currency, we don't need a gold crown. We lifting everybody up, we don't let us all drown. It's that eternal glow, yeah, that spiritual fastness. Turning all our trials into heavenly access. We moving past the labels and the religious brackets. When love is the language, we don't need a tactic. Love is love, it's the way that we climb. Leaving all the soul into passion, living in a higher, holy dimension. Deep in the collective, we finding the frequency. A brotherhood rising with spirit decency. No more division, we killing the vacancy. Filling the void with a holy complacency. From the concrete roots to the celestial heights, we shining together like cityscapes. Like it's a long road home, but the vision is clear. Love is the only thing conquering fear.
Elevation isn't just about going up. It's about bringing everyone with you. One soul, one heart, one vision.
What is your mission? Love is love, it's the way that we climb.
That's the elevation. Ascension.
They don't know her like I do. Nah. She moved through the city with her hair held high. Pretty brown skin with a storm inside. Everybody see the glow, they don't know the pressure. Smile so warm, but her heart no weather. Late nights riding while the skyline blur. Trying not to cry when the memories occur. Had to learn fast, everybody ain't loyal. Some people love you long as they control you. Now she move careful, energy expensive. Too many fake vibes hiding in the friendship. Used to give love with her hands wide open. Now every scar got the whole vibe frozen. They don't know her like I. No, they don't know her like I. She goes by golden. Soft voice, deep soul, hope or glowing. She goes by golden. City lights dancing with her heart stay open. Long dark road, but she still stay focused. Everybody watching, but they don't really know her. Too much grace with the games they throwing. Real love, rare, so spirits they got it. Beautiful soul, but the pain left marks in it. Mirror tell the truth when the lights go dim. All the things she carry weight heavy within. She survived nights she don't even speak on. Still finding peace while the whole world ain't wrong. Funny how the love disappear when you're healing. Funny how the fate come around when you win. Now she trusts God more than people intend. Just cause smiles hot and being hidden in the deep. She's still soft-hearted but she way less naive. Can't keep pouring love where there's nothing received. Still dancing slow through the hurt and confusion. Trying not to lose herself chasing illusions. She survived the fire. Still glowing through this room. Still sad. Still dangerous. Still chosen. She goes back golden. Snow so deep made the whole room notice. Heavy lies couldn't break what was chosen. Still standing tall while the whole world folding. She goes back golden. Heartbreak turned to pain cinematic. Now the tears got rhythm when she's singing. And they still don't know her like that. They still don't know her like that. Spend too much time looking for love in strangers. Spend too much time. Spend too much time letting outside voices shake the mirror. But at the end of the night, when the lights fade, when the city cried, when the tears dried, I still got